Good evening and welcome to the 7th meeting of the Planning Board for fiscal year 2024. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and begin by introducing the members of the Planning Board and our staff. Cheryl?
Cheryl Tagayas, Secretary.
Jim?
Jim Davis, member.
Maggie Oldfield, member.
Sean Fahey, member.
And Meredith Hall serving as chair. And staff, we have Tim on Zoom tonight.
Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Josh?
Josh Eckerly, Assistant Director.
And Julia?
Julia Getman, Clerk.
Great. Thank you all. And thank you for everyone who's joined us this evening. We can begin. We have quite a few minutes just to approve August 3rd, August 10th, August 24th, September 7th, and Cheryl just provided the minutes updates on 9/14. Have the members been able to read all of those? And if so, could I have a motion to approve?
I just have a question on two separate meeting dates. On the meeting 8/10, it refers in the staff update paragraph to a planning board meeting on the 24th. I think that should say the 28th.
Correct.
Just tonight.
Yes.
So that I think that needs to be corrected. And then I had one question on the 8/24 meeting minutes. It references two residents that spoke, and they may live at the same address, but I'm not sure that they do. Donna Dickerson at 14 Capon and Peter Jackson at 14
They live at the same address.
Okay, great.
Yep.
All right.
And the only question I have, did you say we're doing Thursday, the September 14th?
If people have had a chance to review that.
Mine is on page 3, paragraph 4. I'm not sure if it's 100% accurate to say it was agreed that compliance with the mandate was necessary.
All right, do you want to strike the,
So
It was agreed
I was hoping that, I thought
What
we
would you
were in
amend it?
agreement that we should pursue compliance.
okay. How do the members feel about,
I'm sorry, I didn't have that open, so I'm going to it now.
or would we like to strike that line? I'm happy to change the language.
I'm sorry, which set? The
Where is
14th?
The 14th, page 3.
Okay, and was that in the language that was edited or not edited?
So the first sentence, it says it was agreed that compliance with the mandate was necessary.
Okay, let me see.
So I think we agreed that we should pursue compliance.
One sec.
Can I read that?
I would accept that friendly
Yeah.
amendment.
Yeah. I'm also okay with that edit.
I'm getting to it, Maggie, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right,
For some reason. This is the
you
14th,
said
right?
page 3?
Page
Yeah.
3.
Okay, and which
Yeah,
paragraph?
that's a good catch. I agree with that.
1, 2, the fourth down, first sentence.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you wanted to change language to, it was agreed that,
We should pursue compliance.
and so that would be striking, and are you continuing on, and that there was potential for an article, so on and so forth? So it was agreed that we should pursue compliance and that there was potential for an article that had been forced upon the town within a short time frame to fail a town meeting? Or did you want to strike the whole sentence and say?
My main concern was that first part of the sentence. But if you have a problem with the second
No,
part.
well, I mean, I didn't change that because I think it was said by one member here, but I just wanted to clarify what you wanted to
Yeah.
propose the change to be.
So I agree it probably was said, but I don't necessarily agree that it was agreed to.
The second part of that was,
Yeah.
Yeah, you could just put period after that and then say
Yeah.
capital T for there was potential for an article that had been forced upon the town within a short time frame.
see, that's what,
To
I don't know
fail.
that that was agreed to either. I think that was a statement. So I think it could be that you just strike that whole sentence and replace it with what you said, Maggie. And I would be fine with that.
It was agreed that we should pursue compliance.
Right, and then it just goes next. It would be the risk of tear downs, opportunities, et cetera. So strike the first sentence and replace it with that.
Yeah.
Does that make
I'm
sense?
fine with that.
Okay. Did you get that, Julia? Okay.
With that, can I have a motion to accept the minutes, subject to the minor amendments made?
So
Motion?
moved. So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is discussion of our next meeting dates. Our next meeting we have scheduled, our regular scheduled meeting is for October 12th. And then, Tim, I think we're on track then to have a following meeting that 2 weeks,
The 26th?
the 26th, yes.
So the 5th and the 12th, right?
And then,
Now the 12th and the 26th.
Not the 5th? Oops.
oh, I'm sorry, we agreed to, yes,
had put one
yes.
in. We have one on the
We had to
5th and
put
the
one in
12th.
for, yes.
I think we said the 5th last time.
We said the 5th, and then we also have the MBTA Communities Forum, which is going to be at 6:30, Tim, is that correct?
It's at 7.
It's at 7 PM.
It was at 6:30.
At the library?
It was in the library.
Okay.
That was for, would have been on the 25th.
Right, right.
Actually on the 4th. So we moved it to the 3rd at 7 PM at the Council on Aging.
Council on Aging.
Sorry, which date was that? The 3rd now?
3rd
That's
of October.
the 3rd.
There's a I think there might be a problem with the parking lot there that week.
Somebody was mentioning that.
Being done, just in case you want to check.
Yeah. Tim, I don't know if you're aware of that, but they're
Well,
redoing.
I didn't hear what that was. What was that?
The Council on Aging is repairing, repaving the driveway, the Council on Aging on the 3rd.
I mean, that may not be a problem.
Yeah.
I'll check in with Christine Stanton on that, and if we need to, we'll let people know. They should probably just park at Town Hall.
Thank you. So again, just to repeat for everyone, Council on Aging, 7 PM for the forum for MBTA, October 5th, October 12th, and October 26th are the next upcoming meeting dates. And with that, Tim, do you want to give a staff update?
I'll try to keep it real quick. Really big agenda. Meredith, as you know, because you were there, we had a lightly attended, but I think highly successful public forum for our open space and recreation plan last week on Monday. Got a lot of good feedback from folks. I would encourage anyone that is watching on Zoom right now or is in the room to visit the website. It's miltonosrp.com. You can also find that linked off of the Open Space and Recreation Committee page on the town website. We've still got a survey up, and we also have some prompts kind of asking some questions that we asked the public forum that we still want to get some folks' feedback on. So, we're at the very, very early stages of gathering feedback. So we want to make sure we get as many folks involved as we can. So please check that out. And just, I sent out a note yesterday, but for folks who did not receive that because they're not on the planning board, we did get a notice from the town clerk that the Attorney General's office approved our zoning recodification article from the annual town meeting. So all that takes now is the town clerk needs to put a notice in the paper for 2 weeks, just notifying everyone that indeed was approved, and we'll be able to go live with the recodified zoning bylaw. So a lot of really good work by multiple planning boards over the years on that one. So I think you should all, give yourselves a nice pat on the back for that one. And hopefully we can get to work on further cleaning up the zoning bylaw. That's all I've got for now.
Great, terrific. So the next item is citizen speak. We do have a public hearing tonight and some discussion on the MBTA zoning. Residents will have an opportunity to speak at that time. So for now, if anyone would like to speak on something other than what is on the agenda, either on Zoom or in person, please feel free.
We have Nadine Hanna with her hand up. So I'm going to give her, actually, can I get hosting abilities? I can't push her up. Nadine, if you can give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Nadine Hanna, 11 Stafford Road. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time tonight. I'll keep it quick. I just wanted to make a general statement and request. And yes, I know a lot of you understand that I'm attending specifically later for the 107, 111 Highland Road project. I would like to make the point that when we, the citizens and residents of Milton, are speaking during these meetings, attending these meetings, we try very hard to maintain the decorum that we feel is expected of us, especially when given to time constraints and speaking within our turn and not out of our turn. And I would very much like to ask that that same code of conduct be applied and expected by hired representation for people or groups such as proposed developers within our community, and that especially for those that are in the room versus those of us who are attending via Zoom, that our points not be rebutted every time that we speak, because it is quite unfair and it takes away from points that we're presenting, in various settings and behavior patterns that we would like to find met within our community. And that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nadine. Thank you. Great. Okay, anyone else?
We have no more hands raised.
No more hands raised. Okay. Then we can now move to reopen our public hearing for 111. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? We actually, this is not the updated. We have, yeah.
I don't have
Another
that.
agenda item.
I don't have that on mine either. I have next is the
Julie,
public
do you have the
hearing.
updated agenda? Because we have a CPC.
And I forgot to bring them down.
That's okay. Because I believe it's next.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because it's a quick thing, so, yeah, thank you.
Meredith, I mean, that's technically on the agenda after the public hearing. You
It is. Okay, that's why I just wanted to
move
clarify.
things around if you want, but
No, yeah, actually, you know what, why don't we just move that up, because it's a very, I think, a quick item, if that's okay. Yes, I think Andy should come join us and just present on the CPC, because that's a very quick thing, and then we can spend more time on Highland Street.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you, that's,
Andy D'Amato, 26 Pier Street, East Milton Neighborhood Association board member and a town meeting member, Precinct 7. The East Milton Neighborhood Association currently has a proposal for Andrews Park to put a hydration station, because that sounds pretty good. No, it's a combination water filler, for large
Bottles, yeah.
bottles, thanks. And it has a drinking fountain and a dog bowl. Very nice. And it's proposed to go in the spot where the old drinking fountain was years ago. Not that many years ago, if I remember. So hopefully all the pipes are there still, and we can do this fairly easily. The reason why, or some of the reasons why I want to do this is, pretty basic. And, it's an amenity I think all our parks should have, And I know previously, water fountains were, people moved away from them, especially after COVID, but now they're popping up everywhere. These stations are at all the colleges. I mean, they have them at the schools, and it's the way to go now. What it does is it reduces single-use, Poland Spring bottles or whatever. It gets kids maybe drinking more water and less so-called sugary energy drinks, and it keeps the park clean, which I walk my dog there a lot, and that's what I pick up most, is water bottles. And I guess, only like 1 out of 5% of water bottles get recycled. And, if you take the fossil fuel to distribute them, and, it's really not the way to go. And Governor Healy has got a proposal now in front of the legislature to ban all water bottles in state buildings. So it's definitely the way to go, and we should get in front of it, I think. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I started with 2 different models. One model was a basic, a sort of industrial-looking unit, and I have photos if you want to see them, and if not, I don't know. And the other one was sort of a Lextan panels on it that you could monetize. So you could sell advertising on it, or the town could use it to, promote things. But I backed off that because I want to make this proposal as simple as possible. And maybe we'll revisit it next year for a different park. So the basic unit is this. If you want to send it quickly around. They come in colors. But as you can see, it has a bottle filler, the dog bowl, and a regular drinking fountain. So I contacted the Parks Department. They're in. I have a letter from them. I contacted Ms. Casella at the Board of Health. She looked over the specs and thought, yeah, this is a good idea. There's no problem from that standpoint. I have a letter from Dave Walgren over at Cunningham Park, who actually has these exact units except without the dog bowl and the bottle filler. They're old school because they've been there a while. And he has a letter saying he has really no problems with them. They're sturdy. Occasionally he has to repair a button, which a local plumber can do. So they're really, there's really no downside to them that I could see. I did look into the question of, who's going to pay for the water. That would be the town. And an estimate from a couple of these people who have them is like 8,000 gallons a season, which comes to about $100. So it's not a big cost. So I'm asking the planning board to add to my list of letters so that I can present it to the students. Add a little leverage.
Cheryl's our representative.
Cheryl.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess that's it. And if anybody has any questions, I would be happy to answer it.
Any questions from the board?
Sure.
What happens in the winter?
Oh yeah, it has to have a shut off. Okay. So they have to drain it. That is a maintenance thing. Every year they have to flip a switch on, flip a switch off.
No big
Pretty simple.
I think it's a great idea. Nice job.
Yeah, thank you. And I just think it would be great to have them all in the parks now. It's a wave of the future with these bottles.
So can I just make a comment
Yes.
as you're our representative to the CPC? There, and Julie is the staff member on, so maybe she can correct me if I've got this number incorrect. But there are about 23 applications for funding, totaling about $3 million, and there's estimated about $1 million available. So all of the applicants will be coming before the CPC soon, but they haven't come yet. So, and we haven't seen the final applications for all of them yet. They're just starting to roll in. So I appreciate, Andy, your being out in front, but until we receive all the applications, or even receive the applications, what we received were the preliminary, which was just to establish eligibility. So I, for one, don't feel like I'm prepared yet to vote until we get the applications.
Yeah, and that's
just want to give background on that. But
you wouldn't be voting you wouldn't be voting on necessarily this being the absolute project until you've seen all of them. What he's asking is, do we support the idea of this?
I see.
And if you wanted to abstain for for that reason, but I think.
I just wanted to give you the
Yeah.
context of
No,
where
and
we
I
are
think
with
you
the
do have a
process.
deadline of
Yeah,
tomorrow.
it's just right.
So,
Tomorrow.
so no one else will be coming for us with letters?
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Nothing
So-
like last minute, but that's, sorry. And, I understand the finances of it. There's a lot of people asking for.
Yeah.
But this is, compared to the other things, this is a short money project. It's a little over 10,000.
Yeah, I think certainly it's a good project. I think actually I'll just say to all of you, they're all good projects too. So it's going to be tough for the committee to make its recommendations.
I can appreciate
Yeah,
that.
and so I'm just going to abstain from taking a vote for tonight.
Absolutely.
But no, it's no offense to the application.
And it's a conversation for not only tonight, but the CPC has been telling the applicants, get as many letters as you can.
Yeah,
So then
it
they
is.
come to the
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
And so it's sort of,
It's something I've brought up to the committee because
so
I'm
it's something that
new.
Josh and Julie, you can pass on
Yeah.
that
I definitely brought it up, Meredith, just
you
so
don't
you
want it to
know.
be considered an impartial or,
Yeah.
unfair to others, because they're all good projects. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would
You do like
entertain a
the
motion.
concept. Yeah.
I would entertain a motion that we write a letter of support for the water stations at Andrews Field.
I would second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to abstain.
Yeah, great. Great. Well,
Excellent.
and Josh and Tim, a brief letter, but
I have a number of other support letters that I can.
you can draft something? Okay, and so, and I would also add that we would authorize Tim to sign that letter, or from the planning board.
Yeah, on your
Or
behalf.
sign on our behalf.
Excellent.
I don't think you need a signature, you can just say the planning board.
Should I pick this letter up?
I'll submit it to
Just drop it off to
CPC.
CPC.
Email? Yeah.
Look at that, just going.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, and thank you. All right, now, apologies, but that was, we wanted to be able to spend more time with the 111. So if we'd like to welcome Ned and your team, whoever would like to join us, and there's microphones up here, so as long as everyone has, good.
Thank you, Madam Meredith. Ned Corcoran, for the record, counsel on behalf of the Northbridge Company's team. We're here, my sense is tonight, I know that you and I exchanged voicemails, that you have a jam-packed meeting tonight, and I think we're limiting discussion tonight to a review of what happened with the Conservation Commission. I know that you had requested that Steve Ivas be present and that Sean Reardon be available as
Yes.
well.
Yeah, thanks.
And my sense of that was that, the Conservation Commission approved the project and voted to issue an order of conditions for wetland and related issues. I think there were concerns that were being raised about off-site issues, that maybe groundwater or other issues might be affecting properties off-site. I think the commission was interested in hearing them. Scott Horsley has submitted a letter on behalf of neighbors that seems to be wanting to relitigate issues that were properly before the Conservation Commission, but not properly before this board. He seems to be asking this board to act as an appellate review board, to overturn the decision made by the Conservation Commission regarding wetland protection. There isn't a single iota of information in his letter that suggests there's any impact off-site. So I'm interested in hearing the discussion, but I'm not sure that the discussion is really relevant to our application for special permit. Because your expert has issued, Sean Reardon has issued an opinion that our plans comply with requirements of state and local stormwater management requirements. He's an expert, he's your expert. You have a right and ought to be relying on him, and obviously you have a right to rely on the process that the Conservation Commission went through in dealing with wetland protection. And so with that, I'll pause and leave it to you to, as you want to proceed with the meeting. I don't have anybody with me who would testify on any other components of the project. We're not prepared to go forward on any other component. We are prepared at the next meeting to advance through other components of the project. But my understanding, based on as I said, on our exchange of voicemails, was that that was the only point of discussion tonight was going to be this issue of Conservation Commission and what may or may have transpired from that.
Thank you. I did listen to the meeting that was held and the vote, and it was clear there was a little bit of confusion between some of the neighbors. I think on having the project withdrawn, and I think thinking that the plan would change, and I think that maybe sort of stalled the process on maybe that they're moving forward. But the piece that I guess, and I'll leave open to the board on questions. Yeah.
Just respond to that. There were 3 lawyers on the other side. I don't know how they could have misinterpreted.
And I don't either, and I'm not going to.
Only withdrawing the application before this board.
Correct.
We were before the Conservation Commission on Tuesday, August 8th.
Yes.
They listened to oral testimony from Mr. Reardon that night regarding the issue of groundwater. They continued it to September 10th for the purpose of Mr. Reardon submitting a written summary of his testimony and to otherwise close out the hearing.
I understand.
We were before you on August 10th, when 2 nights after the hearing in August, when we simply requested the opportunity to review, to remove, to withdraw our prior application before this board. We were not before the Concom again until September 10th. We had no opportunity to withdraw, nor do we have any intention to withdraw, and we never stated that we would. I don't know where the confusion was.
And I'm not here, and I certainly would never want to, challenge the Conservation Commission, the work that they've done. I know the vote was unanimous. The piece, I guess what I would love to hear from Sean and anyone else is, and Tim, you can, recall the conversations that you and I had regarding our commission, whether the planning board should hire a hydrologist as a peer review, just as as Sean and Tetra Tech, who's done an absolutely wonderful job, I believe. But the plan was, Tim, you had said the Conservation Commission was going to hire the hydrologist, so there would not be. It wouldn't make sense for the planning board to hire the hydrologist and the planning board, and that's what I want to get to.
Can I clarify something real quick? So hydrology is a subset of civil engineering. So there, what we do every day, stormwater, application of the stormwater standards is hydrology. So I am in effect a hydrologist, but I'm not limited just to hydrology. I do a whole lot of other things as well. So just for a point of clarification.
So then I'll just finish. So then the next conversation was, I was included on an email, and that Steve Ivers said, I think that's a great idea to hire a hydrologist. And then Tim came back and said, well, actually Steve knows somebody at Tetra Tech who specializes in hydrology. So maybe this is where I've lost.
He's a hydrogeologist, which is
yes.
Pete Dillon, he's a separate type of water analyst, for lack of a better word. Now, hydrogeologists, they focus more on the geologic aspects of water flow, whereas civil engineers, hydrology is kind of the superficial stuff. So we deal with how water interacts at the surface and just below the surface. Hydrogeologists deal with how water impacts through the geology. So I talked to Pete today about this. Pete and I talk quite a lot. I bounce things off him quite often. Certainly he's available if we need to talk to him. The issues at hand are not hydrogeological issues, but certainly he's available there if you like.
You got a question?
Yeah, I think the question had to do with whether the Concom and Sean, whether you've looked at the impact to the fact that the groundwater table is high and that the building is going in part as a cut, in part it's a fill in order to make this. And in that cut, if you sort of, the way you think about it is if you've got something and you're going down into that water, are you pushing that water out? And it's that kind of analysis that we wanted to understand whether that analysis had been done. And because that's a question that's come up in the past with us. And it was unclear whether surface water, stormwater, and how it's managed was, we understood, was being looked at, but was this other piece being looked at?
Yeah, as I understand it, the building doesn't extend into the groundwater table.
I think it does.
I don't know the answer to that question.
But we can look
Then
at
we
it.
would,
but
we'd like to know whether it does, because if it's 2 or 3 feet below and they're doing a cut of 10 feet, it seems to me they're going into it. And that, if they are, would there be an impact? Has it been studied? So that was the question, I think, that more so than the surface, it's the fact that you're going down into the ground.
They all, there's interplay amongst all of it, but to answer your direct question, we haven't looked specifically at any impacts of the foundation on the groundwater table. We dealt with a very similar issue on, I think it was Blue Hill Avenue, where we had a large building that was going into the foundation. That's where, and we looked into that. I asked our hydrogeologists and our geologists on staff, and they said no. When a building penetrates into the groundwater table, there's no effect on the groundwater because it's such a small volume in terms of the larger watershed at play, and the relatively glacially slow way water tables move, there's really no opportunity for it to make an impact. So water tables move at about a foot. A fast water table moves a foot a day, and introduction of a foundation in that groundwater table is not going to change that. What changes that is the rain cycles and how much rain falls in a particular period.
So is that something that you can have this person opine about on this project? I think
certainly, yeah, no question.
Because I think that was one of the largest questions.
First, we got to look at to what extent it's applicable, because I'm not even sure that the building is filled. Right? The building's
it's half and half. I mean, I looked at it again pretty carefully the last 2 days, and there's a lot of fill in one section, but there's a lot of cut in another.
Okay.
And one of the things I was going to ask Meredith is if we can have a cut fill analysis provided to us, because the grading plan is, you have to really use, you have to really look at that plan to understand where the cut and fill is. It's not that obvious. And it's one of the reasons I asked for those site sections some time ago, which they're in the package, so thanks for that. And that helps clarify where there's cut and where there's fill. Mm-hmm. That, if we could ask for that for the next time we have our discussion. And also, in those sections, if the groundwater level, at least at the test pit locations, could be added so we can see that relative to the cut. And also in the sections, if we could get I think it's the filtration basins or whatever that is being proposed underneath the circular drive, I think it is, or the parking lot there. That doesn't show in the sections as well. But at least that would show us where the bottom of those.
I know that system is in fill. That's above the existing grade, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So, any other?
Thanks, Sean.
So,
Well, I guess my question actually is for Tim. And Tim, I think we're trying to work the balance as a planning board of addressing the concerns of the residents and also being respectful of the Conservation Commission and what the Conservation Commission has done. And, my question, Tim, is, are there boundaries that we as a planning board need to stay within so that we're not interfering with the authority of the Conservation Commission? We've had plenty of conversations recently about being respectful of other boards, and I'd like to make sure that, we are being respectful of the Conservation Commission, and I also have a concern for the residents. I know earlier today you forwarded a letter to us, Tim, from Attorney Hill, who was more or less imploring the planning board, to push further and lean into this particular issue. So, Tim, can you give us some guidance?
Yeah, Sean. The simple answer to your question is the zoning is your guidance. the zoning article that was passed at town meeting that lays out the procedures and the parameters of this particular special permit for this zone are really what guides the jurisdiction that the planning board has. So, we're still, I know this has been going on a long time, but we are, technically still early days in this exact public hearing. We've got some more information, obviously, from the proceedings of the Conservation Commission, which, there is a certain amount of overlap in those issues, relative to stormwater, between the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction over the sort of the nearby wetlands, and then the Planning Board's jurisdiction, over the special permit process, which does include a requirement, to follow the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, regulations. So, what we can do, if you haven't, reviewed the zoning recently, I would encourage everyone to do that. We can also, take a crack at, putting together some high level, here are the things that you've got jurisdiction on. Here are the things that you don't. We've done a technical review of the application, at the very outset of this hearing, when we first opened it up, pegged a little bit more to the submission requirements and less to sort of the substance of what was in the application. But we can revisit that technical review and provide the planning board with sort of a tick-tock of the things that you've got discretion on, vis-a-vis the zoning. So we can definitely provide that for you all before the next hearing.
That'd be great. I'd find that very helpful, and I think it's fair that the residents understand, what we can do and what we can't do. So I think if that's something you could prepare so that we could all have it, it'd be helpful.
Yeah, we'll get that ready for you all before the next hearing.
To the extent it helps, the commission has a very narrow jurisdiction, where I would think yours is more broad. So I wouldn't think there's any situation in which their review would limit your review, but it would definitely inform your review.
And I'll just point out that there's a section in the zoning called site design standards, which I think, something that we should pay particular attention to with respect to this question, because it talks about moving earth and retaining walls and preservation of landscape features and wetlands and buffer areas. So it's, it's sort of this balance of, if you're putting in a retaining wall, on the one hand, it's a wall, but on the other hand, you're disturbing less area because you're having to regrade less if you're putting the wall in to retain the earth, right? So it's one of these things of a balance. And I think the design standards leave room for judgment, because when this was drafted, there's engineering that hasn't happened yet, and there's been more work done since that was drafted, and it's our job to kind of take what that intent was and evaluate what they've proposed against it, right? So I went back and looked at those standards again yesterday and today, so I think it would be helpful if we all could do that too, in addition to Tim.
And sorry. And I to that point, I re-listened to the town meeting discussion, back in March 14th when this was approved. And there were a lot of questions by town meeting members about the process. And I felt like town meeting members, it was sold to town meeting members that there would be a very rigorous process, that passing the zoning was just the first step. And multiple town meeting members, asked the question, because I felt like in their mind, they wanted to know what protections the neighbors had moving forward. And it was sold to them as, it still has to go through Concom, it still has to go through Planning Board, so there will be a rigorous process. So I feel like it's our duty to fulfill that sales pitch, to put this application through a rigorous process, because it is a huge change to the, not just the neighborhood, but really to the whole town. So I think it's our duty to ask questions. And I was a little surprised at our last meeting to hear that you didn't withdraw from Concom. I was a little confused by that. I didn't understand it, and I feel like I had sort of been following it. And it's surprising to me that 3 lawyers and the whole neighborhood didn't understand the process. I would think those 3 attorneys and all the neighbors who keep showing up every week, how could they have missed it? And how could their consultants have missed it? So even though perhaps it might have been stated, again, it was August, people were on vacation. We always say nothing should happen in Milton during the summer because no one is around listening. So I feel like, unfortunately, during the process, there was miscommunication, and I feel like maybe the neighbors weren't quite heard during the Conservation Commission process. And I'm not blaming anybody, it was just sort of a miscommunication and people are away, but it's just a little bit unfortunate. And I also think that it seems like we've got 2 great engineers, we've got a great peer review. It seems like the applicant's engineer is accommodating, and I feel like maybe the 2 of them should get together. I know I had to go through a special permit process, and I had an engineer, and my neighbors had an engineer, and the engineers worked very closely together, and the neighbor's engineer, so maybe the 3 engineers could get together and help come to a solution that satisfies everybody, because that can be done, because I have been through it and have done it. So I think if us and the applicant and the neighbors, all got together and walked the site and come up with a plan, then I think it's going to end up in a better project.
And we're happy to respond to the information that's been submitted, so serve you guys in whatever way you think best.
One thing, may I, Meredith?
Yes.
Just one quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
I think it could be helpful, the civil engineering and the stormwater regulations are not everyday language to most people. They may be to some people in this room, but an explanation, particularly for the neighbors, of how what the requirements are in those standards and how on a high level how they're met by the application, Sean, because you have given us the opinion that they're met, that this design meets those standards. And so if you could give us that a high level of what those standards are and how they're met, I think that could be helpful. And then,
now, or
I don't know, time-wise, Meredith, if you want that to be tonight, or how much time it would take, Sean, but...
Would you want some time to prepare something? Or
I can give a little simple sort of discussion right now, and then you can dictate where we go from
that sounds
there.
great. That sounds great.
So for anybody who cares, there are these things called the Massachusetts Stormwater Standards, and from them came the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, and they're pretty much our, to use a non-secular term, our Bible, for what we do, and we're in it every day, and it's our guiding document for stormwater. And as a civil engineer, stormwater is probably 75% of what we do. It's involved in everything that we do. And basically, it's become the new sort of priority issue for just about everybody, whether it's climate change, whether it's political policy, whether it's legal issues. Stormwater is a very current and very important issue, and it's dealt with completely in the standards and in the guidance documents. So, for what it's worth, it's not an issue that is not thought through in everyday actions. So when an application puts a design forward, it's guided by these documents, and we review it according to those documents. So, and it deals with everything related to stormwater. So the public and the board can can take whatever solace they can from that process, knowing that we look at it every day and it's well covered in every way.
I have another
follow
suggestion. Just that we have Steve Ivis and John Kieran
Yeah.
here, and maybe we should invite them to just give us a little overview of what their role and responsibility, how they looked at this application. Again,
That would be great if you would, like to join us. And thank you for coming this evening, Stephen.
But real quick, isn't the emphasis here on groundwater as opposed to stormwater? Now, aren't we talking about groundwater coming up or the building cutting into the water table as opposed, I mean, stormwater I get, catch basins, riprap wells and all that stuff, but groundwater is something that's, is that equally as regulated? Do you have your handbook for groundwater as well as stormwater?
All part of the same process. So the Massachusetts stormwater standards.
Address water coming up from, or address water tables?
Absolutely, because if you think about it, everything stormwater related ends up in the ground.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Great, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. And if you wanted just to give us, sort of an overview of how the Conservation Commission, came to the decision to approve this for the same reason, and why it was unnecessary to have, I guess, a hydrologist or a hydroecologist, geologist, I'm sorry, why that was unnecessary, because I think that was the piece that I just want to make sure that the residents in Milton feel like that all the information was provided that could possibly be provided on this.
Sure. Thank you very much, John Kiernan, Chairman of the Conservation Commission. We had a series of meetings. The applicant submitted plans and revised plans. And if I can kind of summarize, we the Conservation Commission, had a few issues on our plate, and many of those were expressed by the neighbors. As a result of that, we thought collectively that we needed some assistance from a hydrologist, whether it's a hydrogeologist or a hydrologist. We needed some assistance so that we weren't kind of shooting from the hip. We wanted to be scientifically reliable in terms of what we relied upon. Essentially, so we did that, and we did it not as a peer review. I know you folks have a peer review as part of your protocol. We use a state statute. It's Chapter 44, Section 53G, which is a consulting statute. You have to have a town bylaw that accepts that statute, and we have done so. So we very often ask for assistance from a consultant in a particular area to give us some scientific and technical assistance. And we did so in this case, and Tetra Tech came forward and gave us the advice, and they didn't have to reinvent the wheel because they're already helping you folks. Yeah. We had two big issues. One is, and they both kind of boil down to our basic function is, where does the water go? And Charlotte, you had some, a great description, and I always think of it as you got a big bathtub full of water, and you get in it, where does the water go? Mm-hmm. It goes up, and sometimes, depends on how much water is there and how big the body is, sometimes it goes up over the side. So that's really the basic concern we have, and some of the neighbors were saying, where does the water go? Particularly the folks on Spafford Road. In Spafford Road, I know they have flooding issues right now. They said there's some pumps are running constantly. The design suggests, and I think it's a reliable design, that there are two adjoining watersheds. And if you just kind of go to the basic rules, water goes downhill. Mm-hmm. There's a divide at Highland Street. So you've got the Spafford Road, Reedsdale Road side. That's one watershed, and it runs down towards Reedsdale Road. It actually ends up in the Unquity Brook and goes through the cemetery. On the other side, the Winter Valley side of Highland Street, that's a different watershed. And that goes towards Wendell Park, the brook that runs down the middle of Wendell Park and dumps into Pine Tree Brook. So that water goes that way. So our concern was, if there's some kind of a mounding, is that going to overtop the divide? Not necessarily over the top of Highland Street, but rise up enough so that it'll go from one watershed to the other watershed. Our assumption was no, because it's still going to go downhill, but we wanted some assistance, and we wanted to be technically correct from a scientific basis. And that's where Tetra Tech came in and said, the Spafford Road water is going to go that way, and the Winter Valley side of Highland Street is going to go towards Pine Tree Brook. So they headed in different directions, and that's the support that we've got. There are some other components to that, and one of them is the retaining wall that's been mentioned. And we wanted to know, where does that water go, and does it depend upon how large the culvert is? So we had back and forth, and there were some suggestions that you better make it bigger to get the water through to the Canton Avenue side of the roadway, because that retaining wall is going to keep the water back. So the analysis that was done, actually by the applicant, was that, well, if we can get it through faster so that it won't build up on the Bacardi Estate side. The
Uphill side.
Uphill, yeah, uphill side, sure, I guess that's south. So the applicant actually changed that to make sure that the water would get through, because our performance standard is really designed to measure, is there a net increase in off-site discharge? And the answer is no. But that's what we needed help on. We wanted to make sure that there was no net increase, because that's what guides us in terms of approving or not approving a project. So we asked for, there are two parts to the scope of work. We asked Tetra Tech to get involved in. One was, I've described the watershed. Where does the water go? Does it go towards Spafford Road, or does it go actually towards Canton Avenue? The other part of the scope of work was determined, we called it a water budget. How much water comes in and how much water goes out. Now, a subspecies of that piece of the scope of work is the vernal pool. We wanted to know, what's the impact on the vernal pool? Is it going to help it? Is it going to hurt it? Is it going to dry it? Is it going to flood it? So that we call that the water budget. And again, Tetra Tech came through and said that you can measure the water in by looking at the bottom. So how much water is coming out? Then you know exactly how much water came, wherever it came from. Because some of the neighborhood folks would say, well, why you could be getting water from a pipe as opposed to surface water. All true. So the way to measure that is to look at the bottom, where the water comes out, the bottom of the hill. So that's part of the water budget. Tetra Tech came through and said, under the design for the retention system, there is no net increase. And that's the trigger for us. That's the state guideline that we're obligated to follow. So those are the two big issues. And there were some adjustments made by the applicant, and they satisfied us, they satisfied Tetra Tech, and I believe, and we relied upon the stormwater discharge as providing no net increase to the folks on the Canton Avenue, and particularly the Winter Valley side, because they would be a recipient of a lot of that water as well.
And to add a few details for you, there are two pipes that discharge up gradient of the site, on the site. And the question was, where are they coming from and where are they going? Right. Well, it really doesn't matter where they're coming from as long as they continue discharging and keep that water in the vernal pool there. And then on the bottom of the site, quote unquote bottom, downhill part of the site, there's a weir right at the boundary of the site, which you can go take a look at. It's very close to that building that has the what would you call that? Round. It's got a place in it where cars can go in and then change their direction.
A turnstile?
Thank you. It's a turntable.
On the Winter Valley property.
Where is that?
No, it's not on the Winter Valley property. No, it's just outside the Winter Valley property.
Oh. It's not on our property.
Not on your property. No, it's just down gradient. But the weir is right there. Okay. Just up gradient of where Mr. and Mrs. Branch live.
Branch Lane.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Okay, it's the house directly up gradient of that. Okay. That's where the weir is, and you can see it very easily by just walking in from Highland Ave, Highland Street, and then just going and following the stones along the boundary. And it's very easily seen, particularly at this time of year with the leaves off. Okay, so that you need to know where those points are, I think.
Yeah.
And what is a weir? I don't know what a weir is.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just a place where water goes over.
Oh.
And you can measure the water coming over a weir. That's the neat thing about a weir. You know how much water's there because you can measure it, which is pretty neat.
Yeah. So you have a good idea of the calculations of the discharge currently?
Yes.
Do you have?
Very explicit, yes.
Very
yes.
explicit, so that's okay.
So, Steve, I don't think you gave us your name and title.
I'm very sorry, forgive me. Steve Ivas, I happen to be the consulting conservation agent here in town.
Wonderful. We're grateful for your service. Yeah.
So I'm also wondering, is there, Sean, when you looked at it, was there any way that the system that they're proposing could actually be enhanced to help solve some of the current problems now? So I know the standard is no net increase, but again, when I had to go through it, I had to solve a problem that was existing. And so I feel like if you're part of a neighborhood, you should help solve a problem. So is there anything the applicant can do to help solve the problem now?
Well, assuming we're defining the problem as being groundwater tables coming up in people's basements or in their homes, no. The groundwater table is something that is so sort of a macro scale issue, whereas the project is more of a micro scale issue. So there's nothing on this site that they could do to ameliorate the groundwater conditions anywhere else.
Or help with any stormwater runoff?
Well, right now, the stormwater runoff is the focus of their design, and they maintain the 2 streams that run through the site right now. In fact, they sort of give a little bit of bigger berth for the 2 streams as they go underneath the driveway. And then they manage their own stormwater on site in a way that actually they're generating a little bit less peak runoff under the developed condition because they have a little bit more infiltration. So that's a good thing. So in terms of reducing stormwater impacts downstream, they have done that a little bit. And the net result is they have a little bit more infiltration, which from a stormwater design standpoint and an environmental standpoint, infiltration is always a good thing. But aside from changing the groundwater table, there's really nothing they're going to do on this site that's going to have any measurable impact on the groundwater table.
And that's due, if I may interrupt a little bit, and that's due to the separate watersheds. Something we do on this watershed, the site itself, is not going to affect the other watershed because water continues to run downhill in a northerly direction and then a easterly direction on the other side.
How do you establish where these watersheds are?
It's all by topography. So
Exactly.
we have
surface topography.
Yeah, and Massachusetts now has extraordinarily detailed topography of the entire state. So that we can figure out from the shape, basically the shape of everything, water just flows downhill, nicely.
So the design engineer provided what he thought was these watersheds, and then you reviewed them and you reviewed them.
Exactly. So in their stormwater report, there are 2 maps called the pre-development watershed map and a post-development watershed map. And what that does is shows up where all the water from the area that feeds through the site comes in and how it gets through the site. Then those 2 maps, we're able to calculate the net change between the pre-development condition and the post-development condition. And then that net change, they design a stormwater system using the stormwater handbook, which is like a 250-page book that literally all it tells us how to do is how to analyze rain and how to let it get into the ground or how to carry it over land.
Does that get updated periodically so that we're having more extreme weather events? So has that been updated recently?
It hasn't been,
But it's
planned
to be.
in the works.
Yes, it's in the works.
And the important thing, Don, you hear a lot of stories about your 2-year storm, 10-year storm, 100-year storm. These are not real storms. They're just statistical events that engineers use to sort of analyze potential events and to normalize evaluations from one project to another.
Which means calculate. You're just
Yeah.
basically doing the calculations. Now, my job is to go out there and verify where the water's running. I think that's more interesting, personally.
And what was this last storm in Leominster? What was that sort of? Was that like considered like a 100-year storm?
Again, those don't exist. So they're absolute engineer fabrications that scientists made up so that we could study things and we could design things. What made that incredible was so much rain came down in a small area at one particular time. So it's like if you hear like a 100-year storm has about 10 inches of rain in a day. And just for reference, we get about 40 inches of precipitation a year. So the reason it's a 100-year storm, right, to get 10 inches of rain in a 24-hour period is extraordinary. It's happening more and more. But so in this case, they got, I think, about 11 inches of rain in like a 4-hour period.
Right.
And it literally, I was, because I live not too far away from there, and I know that intersection, and it actually jumped the river. So it came over a bridge. So I was like, how did it flood that side of the river? It actually came over a bridge. The bridge and the drainage system couldn't handle it, and it washed out everything on the other side.
So if the stormwater standards don't contemplate yet the extreme storm events that we're experiencing, how does one evaluate whether, I mean, eventually the stormwater ends up in Pine Tree Brook, right? And it's got to get under Canton Ave, presumably, but will it jump Canton Ave at some point if we keep having these extreme storm events?
It may, and but the thing is fortunately these are still extraordinary events. The most important thing is that the daily events or the normal things that we take care of those. So the more important thing in my mind is the quality of water as it gets through those streams, because that's how you get eutrophication, that's how you get all the invasives, that's how you get. So an important part of what we do also is to make sure that on small events that the water quality is still good.
So Sean, you know that you were the peer review architect for the ZBA for the Canton Ave 40B?
Correct.
648, 652?
Correct.
And you know there's a project at Winter Valley, and all of these projects, the water's going the same place, right there at Wendell Park. And we, at the ZBA, there was testimony from Wendell Park residents concerned about flooding. When this analysis is done for this site, does it contemplate the fact that there's these other projects coming that are all going to be draining into the same place underneath Canton Ave there?
Not generally, because the standard requires you to no increase in peak runoff.
So who evaluates whether Canton Ave is going to be overburdened, or Pine Tree Brook at the point of Canton Ave and Wendell Park will be overburdened with stormwater coming from 3 different projects?
Well, again, because if each of those projects is held to the same standard, where they can't increase the peak rate of discharge from their site, then every project results in a reduction in the demand on that infrastructure.
So my understanding with the Canton Ave one, for example, was that in certain events, it is possible that what they're retaining on site can't be kept there, and it's going to go into the system.
It is.
And so is that contemplated here as well?
Yeah, because it does, so for example, if we have an infiltration system and a big storm comes through, they're designed in a way that they overflow. But they're still accommodating a certain component where it's overflowing less than it would have under existing conditions.
So nobody evaluates, though, the cumulative effect of these at that one point? Because they're all coming down to the same point.
No, that's a town function usually, or a state function.
All right, so then my question would be, is DPW looking at that?
That's what I was going to ask also, and the engineers.
Separate question as well as
Yeah.
whether that is relevant to the requirements of the stormwater standards which are applicable to this product.
Yeah, so typically what happens is those get analyzed when you design the roadway or you design the culvert. So for example, we're dealing with a bridge replacement right now for a school in Medway, and we have a big culvert. So when we go to fix that bridge, we need to look at current standards and how much water is getting to that bridge and how much water may get to that bridge, and then figure out how big that culvert needs to be. So maybe in the sort of the evolution of this intersection or this culvert, at some point in time you have to consider replacing it.
However, realize that just up gradient of Canton Ave is a very large wetland on the contour of Canton and Highland. So that's a place for the water to spread out and rise and be collected there before it heads into that culvert under the Canton Ave.
So
that's
you probably recall, and I only remember seeing some construction, but there's construction at Highland at the police station.
Yes.
And that's related to this wetlands that you're describing?
That's correct. That's correct. And that was at the headwaters of Unquity Brook? Is that Unquity Brook there? This goes down through?
It is
Yes,
Unquity Brook,
Brook. So that's at the headwaters of Uncle Brook, to take the water from the police station property and mitigate any fast-running water downhill, down gradient from there.
And is that in the Winter Valley side watershed or the other?
No, it's on the
watershed?
other side.
It's in the other side, okay.
You may recall last December, I was before both the Conservation Commission and the Planning Board on the Winter Valley 36-unit addition. And one of the things that occurred there was that we were building within a isolated wetland, and we were replicating that wetland and next to the existing wetland, town wetland, down at Canton Avenue. We expanded the opportunity for stormwater to be handled in an area before it was going into the brook. And that was done in part for the Winter Valley project, but both of those wet watersheds certainly come down into that same wetland area.
Could I ask a question? Because, Cheryl, you said construction around the police station? I thought you said that.
Well, I meant there was some work done.
There were rain gardens.
Yes.
We permitted 2 rain gardens, and those are projects designed to absorb the water.
Okay. And that was on the police station
Yes.
side?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
I just remember, I guess maybe construction was not the best word, some work being done.
Yes.
there.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Steve, I just have one question. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. So the water that's on the property,
Yes, subject property.
correct, it either infiltrates within the property itself, or any of the water that doesn't infiltrate into the property itself runs over that weir.
Exactly.
That's the only way water is leaving that property.
That's right.
That's your opinion.
At the present-
So it's either
present
infiltrating or it's running over the weir.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
none of the water moves towards Spafford Road.
That's correct. That's correct.
Is-
Yeah, and if you look at, I looked at Spafford Road yet again tonight, and Spafford Road at Highland Street is actually lower than Spafford Road itself. Spafford Road actually goes up before it goes down. Have you noticed that? Go out and take a look. It's really interesting.
It crowns,
Exactly, it goes
it
up.
crowns above the elevation of
I walk it often. I think I recall what you're talking about.
Exactly. So that decreases the possibility of water going up and over.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even think there's any water that actually goes to Highland Street
Yeah.
from the site.
Well, that's what Steve's explaining. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
So do you think there would ever be a 100-year storm where water would leave this property and go down Spafford or even down Highland on the asphalt section of Highland? Is that even possible?
It's hard for me to say, but it's, right now, it's theoretically possible in a 40-day flood or something like that. But under current conditions, even with our change in climate and our storms, I don't believe that it'll ever happen.
In fact, the water's going to run onto this property. onto the
Exactly.
subject property. So the subject property
Off
is,
Highland onto,
exactly. So the subject property is the lowest part of that
That's
particular
right.
section of the neighborhood.
Exactly. Yep.
So even with the removal of the 300 trees or so and the increase of impervious, you still don't think that that's going to be a concern?
I personally think they've done a good job of meeting the standards and designing the system. Now, the issue becomes is these systems all need to be maintained and they all need to be inspected. If they're not, then they don't accomplish what they're intended to do. So what happens in the future is largely dependent on how well they take care of their systems. But the other issues and the other changes, the stormwater standards were designed specifically to deal with minimizing any potential impacts from those kind of changes. Like, so every square foot of pavement is calculated, every square foot of change from woods to grass. We even evaluate the different types of grass and the different condition of grass. So literally every change in surface condition is considered in our analysis. And then it all rolls up into one sort of how much water comes out of the end of the pipe during a particular storm, and that's how we compare from what happens under today and what happens under the future when the project is built, to make sure that what's leaving the downstream end of that pipe, for lack of a better word, is is never more than it currently does.
And in fact, you have a GIS man in town who's looking at every square foot of impervious surface. That's a really wonderful thing.
Yeah.
That provides a lot of quote-unquote protection for your town. I know people spend or have to pay a particular amount of money for each square foot, and that encourages them to decrease the number of square feet and increase the infiltration as well. So that's a wonderful thing. So the town has actually taken that step and doing that, which will help in the future, generally.
That's great.
And if they don't, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
If they don't maintain the systems, worst case, the water just flows off the property faster?
Worst case. And in this case, it's ameliorated because of the downstream conditions on site. So they have a large wetland, they have a large vernal pool. So if there is a little bit more runoff coming off the site, it's going to end up in that wetland, and that usually tends to sort of
Smooth
lessen
out.
everything and smooth everything out.
Smooth out the curve, as it were.
Yeah, but for us, if you're a millionth of a cubic foot per second over what your pre-development number is, you don't meet the standard. So what typically happens is there's usually the design is a little bit more conservative, and so we end up with a net reduction in how much leaves the site. So there's always a little bit of room there. Usually our inspection and our attention goes up the closer they are to that number. So some engineers will literally like match the numbers exactly, in which case then we pour over every letter, every number.
Just like us with MBTA zoning.
Right, so it's like, well, if you're gonna do that, then, any mistake on your part means you no longer meet the standard. So we're gonna have to look at every little sentence, every little number.
And we can probably write in the special permit that they have to monitor their drainage system every year, and then provide a report to the engineering department. And so if there's a change, then they'll have to fix it.
Well, they have as part of their order of conditions from the Conservation Commission, they have what's called a long-term operation and maintenance plan, which dictates all the things that they're supposed to do. And I say supposed to do because I don't know, I'd be surprised if half the people out there do what they're supposed to do now.
I submit my drainage plan every year.
So you're
My
the good
maintenance
half.
plan.
But it would help if you made a condition that the applicant had to provide a report every year would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just would suggest that it's stamped by a licensed engineer so that they're not creating their own reports.
That's actually a good question. Who does the enforcement? DPW or Conservation Commission? After the thing's built and there's an order of conditions,
We don't have a budget, so we borrow the good graces of the DPW and Steve Itis.
And I'm basically the man of the field. I with my experience, I can predict where people are going to have problems.
Yeah.
Sometimes, if I get to see it.
And this is probably a good thing to bring up as well. I mean, for years, you used to have detention ponds, which are pretty easy to see if they're not working right. Now everything is underground detention, which is almost impossible to see if things aren't working right until something happens. So you see a lot of commissions and a lot of planning boards are requiring annual reports or quarterly reports get submitted. Now, as long as you're submitting them and you're stamped by an engineer, you can have a fairly high level of confidence that things that are getting done properly. And more importantly, that if the system does end up going into failure or does have problems, they have a mitigative course of action to fix them. But without that, usually what happens is something happens, the Conservation Commission gets called out, and they say, well, this is not clean, this is not working properly, fix it, and then that starts down a whole path of compliance
And my biggest recommendation to anybody operating one of these systems is pay attention, including the DPWs in the town. Just pay attention. And if that happens, then we don't have any problems.
We certainly have no objection to a condition that would impose that type of reporting.
Yeah, great. And I just had one other question. Actually, have you received the CAD file, an electronic digital file of the plan?
Nope.
Because this is so tight on the wetlands and the buffer zones, it would be really nice if you could get or Northland could provide a digital CAD file that Sean could review to make sure we're in compliance with the zoning, because that's ultimately what we're going to have to really look at is, are we being exact? Because it's tight. It's a really tight site. So we want to make sure that we're meeting the zoning bylaw. So
Absolutely. We
That'd be
understand
great.
it's a tight site,
yeah,
and that's why we had to go to the Conservation Commission for approval
right,
of certain impacts
right.
to wetlands and to 25-foot non-disturb areas,
Great.
because it was that
Perfect.
tight.
So that would be great if Sean, if you could just check those measurements.
And if we have the AutoCAD file, it's
It makes it so much easier for you.
Yeah, it's like a half-hour exercise. So
Yeah, because I know there was also a note on and we'll get to that, but the fire, the fire sprinkler systems, the distance from accessibility. There was one in Dan's letter, the 250 feet. So that can all be looked at, simply. So
So I have reviewed Attorney Hill's letter, and I
Yeah.
have reviewed Mr. Horsley's letter.
Yep.
I don't agree with them.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like me to respond to them, or how do you want to handle that?
I think so. I think
Okay.
that would be great. I think just for the record, so we can have that
I'll do that before the next hearing.
folded into the record.
And
Okay.
maybe even see if there's places where you can work with them. Now, I know you may not agree with them, but maybe there's a place somewhere in the middle that you could come to an agreement with.
I think it would be helpful for me to understand where you think those opportunities
Yeah.
might exist. The site plan is the site plan. There's no room to move the building, and there's no room to move the roadways and the retaining walls.
I know that's your position. So I was a little disappointed that the Conservation Commission, didn't stick to their 25 non-disturb or no disturb area. I think we were on a site walk earlier this year, and on Randolph Ave, one resident said, "Oh, it seems like you guys are so hard. The Conservation Commission is so hard on the residents." And so you guys are really strict, and I appreciate that strictness. So I was a little surprised that you weren't quite as strict with the 20 for this project and the 25-foot non-disturb. So I sort of have a bit of a problem with that, and especially with snow and plowing. I'm pretty familiar with that, and even though I know you're in agreement to using an organic product, I also know the realities of a snowstorm, and I know the realities are when a plow guy, sander guy needs to go get refilled, and he goes and fills up his sander, and they don't have the product that you're recommending. He's going to just get whatever product is there. So I know an average sander will disperse about 8 feet. So I like to prepare for worst case scenarios. So I would think that you would want a bigger buffer just in case an incorrect product is used on the site.
One of our special conditions is that they will use calcium magnesium acetate, which is like the most environmentally friendly. And that's the order. We expect compliance. I heard what you just said, and that might be a practical reality, but we're not shy about issuing enforcement orders. And we've done it back in the day, the MDC, we've done it to DCR, because they put the snow from the Yulin rink into the wetlands. And we've gone after them several times in a very polite and dignified manner, but we've still gone after them. And we wouldn't hesitate to do that here if there was a violation. But let me go back to your comment about the 25-foot non-disturbance zone. That's a fair point you made. And we were motivated by two factors. One is the request came from the fire chief. and it was a public safety issue for us because as designed, it did not encroach upon the 25-foot. The fire chief asked for it to expand the turning radius for the ladder truck. And that would necessitate going in is a relatively few feet into the non-disturbance zone, but in total it's about 900 square feet. So what we look for is not replication, and at the meeting, I use that word, unfortunately, it's remediation. What we did is we got an exchange of about 4,000 square feet of return to natural state. And that's in the vicinity where the current barn is located. So that area is going to be returned to its natural state. It's not a manicured lawn, it's not impervious surface. So we essentially saw it as being trading 4,000 feet, or trading 900 feet for 4,000 feet. So that entered into our public safety, the remediation plan, and then we took a separate vote, because under the bylaw, we're entitled to vote that if there is no significant adverse impact, and that's a quote, no significant adverse impact, that we can have a vote to allow an encroachment onto the 25-foot non-disturbance zone, and that's what we did.
So what size truck, was it a 40-foot length fire truck that the chief approved that?
It's the biggest truck that's out there.
So I think maybe it's the biggest truck currently Milton has.
I don't know, Sean worked with the fire chief on.
I thought ladder trucks could go up to like 50 feet.
And sometimes it's not even the ladder truck that's the most restrictive. So what we have is we have design tools
Yeah.
that allow us to actually take the actual truck that's the most difficult, requires the most space to turn around, and we can track its wheel path, we can track its bumper path, we can track its overhanging. If it's a boom truck, we can track the boom. And they've done that analysis to prove that the circulation works for that particular vehicle.
So does it work for a tractor trailer where the trailer's 53 feet and then you have the cab? So I had brought up previously in the previous application that deliveries are coming in much larger trucks. There's fewer truckers out there, there are fewer drivers out there. So deliveries are coming in much bigger trucks. So I think it needs to accommodate maybe a tractor trailer that has about a 70-foot total length.
It does.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know about that.
70-foot, but there are 70-foot trucks coming to the site, but it does accommodate a 40-foot.
Yeah, but I know like the hospital gets the Cisco delivery trucks. So again, what I've said before is you can't control. So even with my deliveries, I don't know what size truck is coming in. I might just get one little package, but it comes on a big tractor trailer. So we're thinking and planning for the future. And I think the future is there are going to be less small box trucks, and we should be planning for much larger trucks.
Right, you know, because that
Yeah,
is,
but that's
really
But
important.
that goes into the 25-foot non-disturb.
right, that's tying it back. So,
Can I come back to water for one?
yes, and then I do want to, we do have some residents who may want to speak. I want to give the opportunity, but we also will need to move on. But please, yes, water
Sean,
related while we have experts here.
So the water theme's gone on for quite a while, and I've looked at Scott Horsley's May 16th letter, and yesterday we received his letter from the 26th. Have you reviewed his letter from the 26th?
Yes.
And so we have your expertise, we have Steve's expertise, we have Scott Horsley's expertise. We're not going to argue over who has higher expertise than anybody else, but is there any way to have a model that would be uniformly accepted by all three?
Probably not, because to me, the answer is obvious. So,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Scott Horsley says it's obvious too.
I agree, and I'll respond to his letter, and you can decide who to believe, and you sort of you weigh the two opinions. I'm going to rail against any additional analysis because the more you study it, the more contrived it gets in the further from an intuitive understanding of the information you get. So we battled this at Canton Avenue. We had these PhD modelers on both sides, and I don't think we got anywhere. Other than arguing about, well, your model's not as good as my model, and you didn't think as much as I thought. So we ended up going back to very simple terms that everybody could understand, and that hopefully made people feel a little bit more comfortable. And that's what I try to do, is sort of put it in more simple terms that hopefully people can understand a little bit more.
I asked because at the end of the day, I'd like the residents to be comfortable.
Well, that would be my goal too, obviously. I mean, when you as my audience, you speak for the residents, so, I just sort of try to explain it in terms that I understand it, and I've been doing this for 33 years, almost exclusively, stormwater, so I'll do the best I can, and then if there are other questions, we can certainly follow up, and we can certainly have debate.
So I just want to add that, Sean, I live near here and I live near the Canton F40B, so I followed all of that discussion carefully. And, it's for residents whose homes potentially could be impacted if something doesn't go as planned. It's really important to give as much assurance and as much analysis as possible to make people feel as if it's been looked at as carefully as possible. And so even though I'm not questioning your professional judgment, if there was another tool that could be helpful to give us and the residents more comfort, I'd like for us to do that, or you to consider it for us. So you can come back to us next time after you give that some consideration with what Scott Horsley's comments are. Because it really is, I myself know what this water situation is in this area, having lived in my place on Canton Ave for 25 years. So, and seeing the conditions change over that 25 years. So I just think it's really important. Sometimes as an architect, I'm asked an opinion about a project somewhere, and it seems very intuitive to me too, but I realize I have to go back and do more work to kind of make sure that everyone else is brought up to the same level of understanding that my intuition has. So I would just ask for you to give that some
Absolutely,
thought.
understood.
Yep.
And you live in a separate, parallel watershed to these watersheds we're talking about.
Right.
And I represented that neighborhood, and the specific concern was for residences directly downstream.
I'm not concerned about mixing these projects. I'm just talking about the concern of water and the concern of a resident's concern about water, and just using as many tools as available to kind of put, as much analysis at it and give people the comfort. And so that's, again, I'm not saying, I asked the question about the source point of all these things going, but I'm not saying this project's going to influence Canton Avenue, the 40B in any way. It's just that I understand what the neighbors are considering.
So what I'll try to do is I'll try to just, in my next letter, I'll try to explain as best I can to your point to illustrate not only what I think but why I think it, and hopefully to get everybody else to follow along, and then we have a dialogue and we have more discussion. That's great.
I do think it's important to answer Scott Horsley's letter from
Certainly.
the 26th because he makes assertions here that you probably won't agree with, and I think that the responsible thing to do would be to provide your expertise in written format to answer.
Sure.
Thank you. Great. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight. Appreciate your work.
Anytime.
On behalf of the town, we know you all are working hard too. So thank you. And I did say citizens would be able to speak. If you do speak, we're sticking to just the site civil. We're not doing traffic or anything else yet. We're just specific to that. But if you'd like to join us, yes. Yes? Please come. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Dan Hill. I'm an attorney, and I represent the Spafford Road neighbors. So I wanted to address three things tonight. The first is more of a jurisdictional issue, but you already raised it. I was concerned about having the CAD file so that we can vet and properly evaluate whether this project meets the zoning bylaw standards. There's a lot of dimensional standards. So thank you for asking the question, and it sounds like that's been addressed or will be addressed. The second issue is hydrology. The third issue I wanted to raise was some traffic impacts and on-site traffic circulation. I understand that's not for tonight, so I did submit the written comments.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I can be here on October 5th. Is that the night you'll be discussing that, or?
No, I think we're going to,
We make that the later one, right?
yeah, I think it's the 12th. I
Okay.
think we would move the hearing to the 12th.
Okay, great. I'll come back for that. So with us tonight on Zoom is Scott Horsley. And so I do want to let him address the hydrology issues directly, and he's the expert, not me. But I did want to, before I turn the baton over to him, just address some of the statements that were made tonight over the last hour. And a lot of very good questions from board members, and a lot of statements were made by the panelists. But I had a lot of disagreements over a lot of the statements. First, with respect to the question about offsite, well, actually taking a step back, this isn't just about offsite impacts. I think there's been a misconception here tonight that the neighbors are only concerned about flooding on their properties or flooding on Spafford Road. They're concerned about flooding on the site. The questions presented by this project are not just offsite impacts. The offsite impacts are probably more about traffic than flooding. The groundwater, the flooding impacts, the stormwater drainage impacts are mostly on-site. And that's an issue that we feel has not really been addressed thoroughly, either before the Conservation Commission or to date by the applicant. The question was asked, well, what happens with Pine Brook? What happens at Wendell Park if all these projects channel water in there? And the response from Mr. Reardon was, well, that can't happen because none of these projects can exceed the pre-existing conditions, right? They can't have any net increase of water going off their site. That's all great theoretically, but what if that doesn't actually happen in practice? And the problem with all of this discussion tonight is that what we're talking about is a model. This is predictions. It's not actual on-the-ground effects. And I can tell you that models aren't always right. Models rely on a lot of variables and assumptions. Stormwater modeling relies on a whole host of different assumptions that a lot of times don't pan out correctly. One of the biggest assumptions is the groundwater elevation. This project has test pits, but there's no monitoring wells. And that's something that we've asked for and suggested that monitoring wells be put into place so that can be measured over time. I can tell you that I represent a group of neighbors in the town of Easton where we were challenging a project on the Easton Brockton line. The developer had based its entire stormwater model on an assumption on their test pits for groundwater elevations. We pushed the Conservation Commission in Easton to require monitoring wells. They agreed. Monitoring wells are put in, and lo and behold, the estimated seasonal high groundwater was a foot higher than what the developer's assumptions were in his stormwater model. And as a result, the project's now been withdrawn, and they're going to have to start over from scratch. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but the point is that models can, if it's garbage in, it's garbage out. And you have to have confidence in the assumptions that are going into these models. One of the biggest problems I find with this project is that the assumptions are not necessarily field-based. There hasn't been on-site conductivity testing, I don't believe. I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but I don't believe there's been on-site permeability or conductivity testing. So instead, what the model is relying on is just soil types and saying, we think based upon these soil types that water will percolate at a certain rate, without actually going on the site and actually pouring water into a hole to see if it actually percolates at that rate. So these are the types of things that we would suggest that the planning board and the developer do to really test this, because the big concern is that there's no margin for error. It's a very tight site, it's a very wet site, where we're doing work almost entirely in the 100-foot buffer, so much so that the 100-foot buffer line isn't even on the plan because it's all in the buffer practically. This is a great project on a very bad site, the bottom line. And I very much appreciate the comments that have been made along those lines. So I guess just going back to that one point, I think it's all great in theory if there's no net increase on these projects into Pine Brook, but how do we know that's going to happen? And to say monitoring is a solution, it's not really a good solution because by the time this project's built, it's too late. You may not be able to do anything to fix the problem. The project's been built, you've got a 70,000 square foot building and all this impervious surface. What if the water is leaving in rates that exceed pre-existing conditions? What are you going to do about it then? There's no extra storage space on the site to handle that. A question was asked about the vernal pool and the water budget. That came up tonight. I guess I would push back a question on whether the water budget analysis, which is the correct analysis to study impacts on vernal pools, was the water budget analysis looking at just surface flows, or did the water budget analysis also investigate the influence of groundwater impacts? And I don't know if anyone wants to answer that. Do you know, Mr. Reardon, if that was?
Oh, I'd prefer to respond in writing, not in this forum, because these are you tend to oversimplify issues. So these are very, very, very complicated issues that need to be addressed in writing and specifically. So
okay, so that's fair. And I'll just say that a water budget analysis should look at both surface water flows as well as groundwater flows. And so one of the biggest problems with the design of this project right now, which Mr. Horsley will address, is that there hasn't been an analysis of the groundwater impacts, the concentrated and static groundwater impacts of the project. So there's two things. First of all, there's 8 times recharge on the site over existing conditions. Okay, that's not contested. There's the amount of recharge on this site is almost 8 times what happens under existing conditions. Now, someone asked the question, all the water that falls on the site either goes through the weir or is it infiltrated? Someone asked that question. And I think Mr. Reardon said, yes, that's correct. I disagree. I think there's a lot of evapotranspiration that happens that accounts for up to like 40%. If you take out all the trees on the site that's on upland areas, including all the way into almost up to the 25-foot buffer, you're going to lose a lot of evapotranspiration that happens. So that's why we have such an enormous amount of recharge on this project as opposed to existing conditions. So what happens when all that water is recharged? You're going to have a water table rise, and Scott will explain this, but you're going to have a static water table rise, and then you're going to have a concentrated water table rise in the location of the stormwater system, and that's called mounding. And this project has not studied mounding yet. The applicant hasn't done a mounding analysis. I don't think Tetra Tech's done a mounding analysis. Scott has. And so someone asked the question again, Sean asked the question, is there some uniform model that we can all agree with that can't be contested? There actually is. There's the hand-touch model, and this is a DEP-sanctioned tool that is universally used by developers everywhere in the state because it's in the stormwater handbook. And the hand-touch model estimates mounding impacts under infiltration systems. There's also another model called ModFlow. And Cheryl may be familiar with this because that was introduced on that Canton Ave project that Ned represented the neighbors on. Ned actually brought in one of the preeminent hydrogeologists in the country his firm invented ModFlow and did a ModFlow demonstration, which really rebutted a lot of the assumptions that were made by that developer. ModFlow could be used here. There could be a ModFlow analysis to study the really complex hydrogeological impacts of this site. But hand-touch is a simple model, and I think Scott would say it's probably not the best. It's a very simplified model, but that's what we used, and it did show a 4-foot mound under the stormwater system, 4 feet. And it showed breakout at the foot of the retaining wall that's only 22 feet away, by the way, in violation of the stormwater handbook. Slopes are supposed to be 100 feet back. So we have problems with the system that are also non-compliant with the stormwater standards, and if they're non-compliant with the stormwater standards, they're non-compliant with the zoning bylaw, as Tim said earlier at the very beginning of the hearing, that the stormwater standards are incorporated in the zoning bylaw. So that addresses some of the statements and comments that were made tonight. I'm not going to talk about traffic tonight. I gave a preview of the issues with mounding, and now if it's okay, I'd like to have Scott, if he's available on Zoom, to come online and explain, essentially summarize what he had provided to you folks a couple days ago.
That would be fine, but we'll have to just cut it at 9, so I don't know how brief you could be, Scott, but we do appreciate your coming.
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Madam Chair?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Well, first of all, let me say that we've been talking for over an hour, and I can't possibly make my presentation in 15 minutes. So clearly we need to reserve, if you afford me the opportunity as the neighbor's representative, we need to reserve additional time. But I'd be happy to give you some introductory comments because there's a lot to talk about here,
Yeah.
and I think I can present it in an understandable way because I'm, in addition to a hydrologist, I'm also an educator. So I think I can speak in understandable terms, but it's going to take more than the 10 minutes, which it seems like I'm left with after that very lengthy conversation that I listened to, which was very instructive, and I agree with Dan, many questions asked. So with that, would it be possible I could share my screen, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Josh, do we have Scott in as a panelist or just allowed to talk? Oh, there we go. Okay, great.
Scott, we can see your screen, but you're muted if you are trying to present.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
My apologies. Before I address this first slide, I would like to address the introductory comment, a couple comments. In a way of introducing myself, I did provide a paragraph or two about myself and my qualifications, which I think is important to understand. The only thing I'd mention tonight is that I did serve and have served on the Mass DEP Stormwater Advisory Committee, which developed the standards that Sean was speaking about tonight. And specifically, I was the person who originally drafted Stormwater Standard number 3, which is the one I'd like to talk about. So I feel like I'm pretty familiar with it because I drafted it and I served on the advisory committee for several years in developing it. And that's what I'm going to get to in a minute. I also want to mention and reiterate what Dan Hill just said, because somebody mentioned, or one of the board members asked a question, is there a uniform method to evaluate this? And I want to reiterate, absolutely, and I provided the reference in my comment letter. That is the Hand-Tush model, which I've done, and I've presented my results of that, and I'll present that tonight in brief format with more detail later, hopefully, Madam Chair. Thirdly, I am a hydrologist, and I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Reardon that is not a subset of the professional engineering curriculum, and I'm happy to go into great detail on that because I teach at both Harvard and Tufts in both the planning and engineering curriculums, but we won't belabor that tonight. But I do disagree with his characterization of hydrologists as a subset of the engineering profession. And with that, I guess I will get into just a very brief and hopefully an opportunity to expand on it later. This first slide is part of one of my prior letters, and this is the applicant's information. As one of your board members indicated, this is a huge increase in impervious surface. And impervious surface means more stormwater runoff. The applicant, in their notice of intent in the second highlight, suggests that the volume of stormwater recharge is going to increase from 1950 cubic feet to 7940, and they actually indicate earlier that that's actually an understatement of that. So bottom line is what this means, translate this briefly, is that we have a lot more water going into the ground post-development of this project than pre-development, and I don't think anybody will take issue to that. I hope they won't, because if they do, we can talk a lot more about that. But there's a huge amount of more water going into the ground. Any hydrologist, not necessarily a civil engineer, will know that when you increase the amount of water going into the subsurface groundwater, the water table will rise. This is a standard principle. It's been documented. All the models show this. So this is, again, I don't think this is disputed, hopefully. If it is, we can certainly talk about that, but I think it's pretty clear. I should go to presenter view. I apologize. I only have 5 slides, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, the issue we're talking about here is groundwater mounding, which is the water table rise. Once you infiltrate more water than currently is going in the ground, and again, my testimony here tonight is that that will result in an increased water level rise both year-round, as well as during what we call design events, the 10-year, 25, 100-year events. Both of them will result in an increased water table on the site, which I think by the applicant's own admission, this site is constrained by a very shallow water table. And it's going to get more shallow as a result of the project. And then when the 10 or 25 or 100-year storm, the more shallow groundwater table is going to rise as a result of those storms. I think those are all undisputed comments, but again, happy to debate that. Here is standard 3 that I drafted for the Mass DEP. Here's part of it, I should say, and I've highlighted the part that I think is important here. Standard 3, and I'll digress here for a moment. My understanding, I'm not a lawyer, but I work with Dan Hill a lot, who is a very good lawyer in my opinion. I think your zoning bylaw, special permit requirements, indicate compliance with the Mass DEP stormwater standards. I don't think they say that it depends on what the Concom says. I think you have to make that determination on your own, whether or not those standards are met. And as I'm going to get to here shortly, I don't believe that's the case. Standard number 3 indicates that pre-development infiltration or recharge matches post-development. And there's a lot of reasons for that, which when I'm given adequate time, I'd be happy to explain why that's very important, not only for the on-site conditions, but also for the downstream neighbors. Here's another section of the Mass DEP stormwater standards, and I've highlighted. The mounting analysis must also show, my former business partner, a lawyer, John Whitten, tells me must means there's not many options here, must show that the groundwater mound that forms under the recharge system will not break out above the land surface or within a wetland. And that's what I want to get to with the analysis that I've done so far. Here are the results of my hand-twitch model. And this, I'm not going to get into the details here. This is, as Attorney Hill indicated earlier, and we have a clear reference within the Mass DEP guidance, the Stormwater Handbook. This is as one of your board members said, a model uniformly acceptable. I just read that, so I wrote it down. This is a model that is uniformly acceptable, the hand-twitch model, which I've run. And this shows the model. You can see the graph at the bottom. It shows the rise in groundwater during the 10-year storm underneath the system at 0 feet, and then as you move out from the system at various distances. Now, I'm just going to digress for a moment. I believe, and I could be wrong and happy to be corrected, that the Conservation Commission relied upon Sean Reardon and Tetra Tech's testimony that said that there is no mounding beyond 15 feet. And I'm happy to be corrected on that. I think it's both verbally and written in his letter. And that is what we're taking issue with here. I respect Sean, but I disagree with his findings. I tried to look for his mounding analysis. I did not find it on your website. It may be available. His testimony is there is no groundwater beyond 15 feet. As you can see in this graph, my testimony is, and I have run a model, the Mass DEP uniformly acceptable model, the hand-twitch model, that says at 20 feet, it's about a 4-foot mound. So that is clearly an area of disagreement. And it's possible, Madam Chair, that I do not have Tetra Tech's groundwater mounding analysis, and I'd be happy to review it. I would guess that it doesn't exist, but I could be wrong. Next slide. Here is where I took my cross section. This is, if you can see my pointer, this is the location of the infiltration gallery, and I will just digress again. I've only done the mounding analysis for this one system. As you all know, there are multiple infiltration systems on this property. In my opinion, they should all be evaluated, and they do have cumulative impacts, meaning additive. So I'm only going to present the results on this one system, which is the infiltration gallery. And the blue line represents a cross-section, which I'm going to show you, which plots the results of my I'm going to quote it again, my uniformly acceptable hand-twitch model, according to Mass DEP, of the groundwater mounding results along that transect. And here they are. And this is a cross-section which runs, if you can see my pointer, Madam Chair. Thank you, thank you. This is this is a vertically exaggerated cross-section, meaning the depths, the elevations are on the left axis here. The horizontal measurements are on the this axis here, the x-axis. I'm sorry, this, and what we're looking at here is the infiltration system, which I'm showing in gray, with some of the pipes that are the stormwater infiltration pipes that are within that system. This is the elevations are plotted here, meaning this is the proposed elevation. I believe your board member Cheryl Tagayas was talking about the amount of fill, which is substantial on the project. And this shows the proposed elevation of the fill. This is the retaining wall, which varies between 10 and 14 feet along the area of this infiltration gallery, which I would say is pretty significant. And then this line here that sits on top of the shaded blue area is the existing water table. So at this location, what I've done is plotted the elevation provided by the applicant as part of the test pit for the estimated seasonal high groundwater elevation underneath the system. And then out here at a distance of 140, 160 feet is the vernal pool. I'll just go back to this cross section for one moment. So the first point here on the left of the graph, I'm going to show you, go back to in a minute, is the center of the infiltration system, which is demarked on the applicant's plan by this dotted line. And the end of it is the vernal pool at this location, which, as Attorney Hill mentioned on the plans, very difficult to see. But this is a copy of their plans. Back to the cross section. So here's the vernal pool, and I plotted the boundary of the vernal pool. I've also plotted the boundary of the bordering vegetated wetland, which Steve will know well. He's a great wetland scientist. I respect him tremendously. And what we've done is plotted the water table elevation underneath the system to the vernal pool. And then we've added the groundwater mounting results of my hand tush calculation. And what it shows is that under the 10-year storm, that the groundwater mound rises into the bottom of the system, inundates it. And then as we move away from the system, the mound falls away. But the 2 points of interest here that I think are worth, I would say at a minimum, worth further discussion. And again, if there is an analysis that supports no mounding beyond 15 feet, I am more than happy to review it. And I would strongly suggest the town review that analysis that Sean presented that says 15 feet, no mounding. We should definitely review that analysis. But this analysis suggests that at the point of the retaining wall, there is a breakout here, meaning stormwater discharge to the surface, which would be a violation of the stormwater standards. And then furthermore, the mounting analysis I did shows a breakout within the wetland, within the bordering vegetated wetland, which again, I would maintain is not compliant with the Mass DEP stormwater standards. And again, just to repeat, my understanding of your special permit requirements is to ensure that the Mass DEP stormwater standards are complied with. And I will stop sharing there, Madam Chair, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board?
Can I just say something real
Yeah,
quick? So I would appreciate if anytime he says we all agree or there's no argument, that assume that I will have an argument or a disagreement, that I will speak through written correspondence. So please don't let anything that he assigns to what I've said or what I've done dictate what your impression of what my statements are. So.
Fair.
And Madam Chair, if I may respond to that, yes. I think the points that I said that, which are well recorded, I would be more than happy to have that discussion, because the things that I said are, when you infiltrate and recharge more water, the water table comes up. So if that wasn't a clear and agreed to universally, then let's talk about it. And the other couple of points I said, again, let's discuss it. So I will apologize in advance if I said something that is not universally accepted, but in my experience at Harvard and Tufts, these are, in the engineering and planning departments, these are universally accepted principles. So if I said something wrong, I'm more than happy to be corrected. But let's discuss those.
Great, thank you very much.
And I believe it's all recorded.
Yes. Questions?
Do you want to have that debate now, or how do you want to do this?
Not now.
Okay, thank you.
But I appreciate that there are good
And just
positions
before we
on the
leave,
side.
just recognize there's a distinct difference between a mound that's created by an infiltration system and the water table. The mound beneath the system is a temporary situation that happens after a storm event. In this case, a 10-year storm event. So it happens once every 10 years. It doesn't manifest itself as a permanent change to the water table. So there's two very different things. The water table, which is the static groundwater level, and the mound beneath a system that occurs every once in a while when that system's loaded. So just keep that in your mind. They're not two of the exact same things.
Did you do a mound analysis?
Yeah, I've run the hand tools takes like five seconds to run.
Yeah, okay.
In the variables, there's 5 or 6 different variables that can range 300% difference, all within reasonable ranges. So I have actually 5 in my bag.
Okay,
So,
that's good.
but I'll go through that.
All right, that's great.
What's recharge, real quick?
When water is allowed to infiltrate back into the ground. So
I'd like to see those.
Recharge rate.
there is a recharge rate, and it varies significantly.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may?
Yes.
Mr. Reardon indicated he has run those. I would love to see those through you, Madam Chair.
With all respect,
Yeah.
you're not my audience.
No, thank you.
Through the chair, through the chair.
No, that's fine. Yeah, thank you. We can
I'll
share
I'll
those and
provide-
provide comments.
I'll provide versions of
We would
our analysis.
appreciate that. That's great. All right. So at this time, this is a very important, obviously, water is the biggest, I think, one of the biggest concerns on the site.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes, please.
So the stormwater standards are explicit. If you have more than 4 feet of separation between the estimated seasonal high groundwater and the bottom of your infiltration system, no additional analysis or modeling is required. So in this application, they have 4 feet of separation. There's a clear standard in the handbook that says if you're 4 feet of separation, no modeling is required. So just to be clear, they are in compliance with the standards because the standards themselves do not require modeling and explicitly says that.
So one thing,
respond to that?
can I just say one thing first? One thing I'll say is again, I saw this with the Canton F40B is there's a reason the fill's brought in, and it has to do with the stormwater. And our job is to look at what we're asked to look at in the zoning and see whether the amount of fill and the amount of cut is reasonable within those standards that are in our zoning. And whether that impacts whether they can fit these infiltration systems in the right distance vertically. It's I think a driver of the site plan, and I'd just like to make sure that we understand it fully.
The cut and fill analysis, yeah. Okay. Yes, Dan, yes.
Thank you. I agree with Sean that under the stormwater handbook, a developer is only required to do a mounting analysis if there's less than 4 feet of separation. But that doesn't mean that you can't use a mounting analysis to figure out whether you comply with other standards. And that's the point here, is that there are other standards in the stormwater handbook, such as you can't have breakout in a 10-year storm in a wetland. You can't have breakout at the foot of a retaining wall in a 10-year storm. The way you study that to determine if you have the breakout is doing a mounting analysis. So even though they're not required to do a mounting analysis per se, they're also not allowed to have breakout. And so that's why this exercise was done, not because it's superfluous, but because it's actually informative.
And I'll just go back to what I said earlier about Sean asking you to consider all the comments and respond, because we're relying upon your expertise and the input of others, Steve Ivas and Scott Horsley, and we can hope that through that combined analysis that it helps us make our decision.
I'll do my best.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So I think we said the 12th is the date that we would move this public hearing to.
Mm-hmm.
So is that enough time for for you
Sure.
and Scott Horsley and the applicant to, could we, I don't know, I feel, to Sean's point, I don't like hearing all the back and forth. Like if the neighbors are asking for something, I feel like maybe we should we should provide it for them.
But what is it?
So maybe they can give a list of the modeling, the mounding analysis. What are you looking for? What are the neighbors looking for the applicant to provide? And then you can review it.
Well, what I plan to do is just respond to the letters.
Yeah.
As best I can and as honestly and openly as I can. And if there are follow-on issues, there's some issues that were discussed tonight that weren't in the letters. So we'll just have to work through it. My eyes are wide open here. I just want to make sure everything works out.
Perhaps Dan could draft just an updated letter for Sean to respond to on,
The things that we would like to see
the
happen,
request
or-
to see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure, I can do that.
To make sure we're fully, understanding the implications.
Yeah, and I'll keep an open mind.
I
I'm
know,
not-
yeah. No, you're wonderful.
And let's be clear, I just want a good design that does what it says it's going to do and doesn't create the impacts that the neighbors are fearful of.
Yeah.
So my goal is, I have no allegiances to the applicant. I have no allegiances to anybody other than you guys in good design. So I'll do my best to communicate that and what my thoughts are, and then to the extent that you follow a contrary opinion, I'm okay with that too.
That's good. Okay, so can I have and are you available the 12th, Sean?
I don't know, I'll have to check.
Okay.
But I'll do what I can.
It's been great having you here, and we really appreciate the members of the Conservation Commission also joining us this evening. But, so I
Make a
would,
motion to continue the public hearing until...
for 111 Highland
111 Highland Street till the 12th of October.
at 7:05?
7:10.
7:10.
7:05 is Pleasant Street.
Yeah,
7:10.
yeah. Yeah, we did have, because there was one other thing on that night.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you so much, really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Good, I think that was a longer discussion than I was expecting, but it was worthwhile. I think that was a good, very good.
You stopped it at 9:05 instead of 9. That was well done.
Yes, okay. Now we have an old business, East Milton zoning update from MAPC. And do we have Josh on? Our other Josh. Yeah. Good.
I've just promoted Josh Fiala.
Great. Welcome, Josh. I see you.
Yes, good evening, board. Thank you for having me and taking a moment. Tim alerted me earlier before the meeting that we would not be the feature event for this evening, so rightfully so, we're allowing you to focus on the following project with the 3A work. I know that's time sensitive, so I just will compress my presentation this evening and give you a brief update, and then I do plan to join you at your next meeting on the 5th as well to continue the conversation on East Milton Square.
Great.
Let me just share my screen real quick just to help guide the update. Just for any of those members of the public who are in attendance, Josh Fiala from MAPC, working with the planning board on the East Milton Square zoning efforts. And so this is a follow-on to previous planning work in the East Milton Square area, and we're looking to define zoning and design regulation recommendations for adoption eventually at town meeting. And all of this is in the name of proactively guiding future investments and planning for the community's vision to take place in East Milton Square. Ultimately, we're looking for really the heart of this Venn diagram, where we're exploring the priorities and vision of the surrounding community, the property owners and developers potentially in the area, and then also the larger needs of the town of Milton as expressed by previous planning documents and residents at large beyond East Milton Square as well. We've been working through the scope. I won't get into this detail. We talked about it last meeting, but just to give you a brief update.
Josh, can I break in real quick? Have you shared your screen? I don't know if you're talking to slides. We can't see them.
Oh, I apologize. I thought I was. Thank you for alerting me to that. What was a good?
There we go.
It was a very good verbal summary. So you all, you missed the excellent Venn diagram though. Let me just show you that. So there you go. There's the Venn diagram. Apologize for that. So in terms of the scope, we are making progress on that, and that's what I'll give you the brief update on this evening. So we have been submitted along with this planning, the document which you have before you, hopefully a preview of this presentation that I'm zooming through this evening, should have also received a community engagement plan, which will give you more details in terms of the approach to community engagement on the project, including the partners and roles who are involved in this process, the expectations in terms of projecting community forums and meetings and points of engagement, and it gives a lot of good information, I think, about where this process is headed. So please do take a look at that and let us know if there's any comments or feedback from the board. That would be the first item to note. The second item to note is that we've been making progress in outreach, as we described last time, to stakeholders and those previously involved in planning processes to build continuity with those previous efforts. We've had phone or Zoom interviews with 9 stakeholders to date, including the East Milton Neighborhood Association, residents of East Milton, property owners, business owners, and other types of stakeholders in the area, and from Milton residents in general as well, not living in the area. I think all of them were involved in the previous vision for East Milton Square planning study, the Looking Forward study, as it was called.
Josh, may I interrupt you here for a moment?
Sure.
I ran into the chair of the Milton Chamber of Commerce, Joe Parlavecchio, today, and I asked him if he had been contacted about this, and he said he had not. And I just wanted to make sure that he's on your list of people to reach out to. He said he'd welcome to have you come to a chamber meeting.
Oh, great.
And so if you could reach out to him, that would be great.
I will do so. I have not reached out to chamber members. They were a specific section in the spreadsheet that I have, and they would be in a subsequent wave. The outreach to the 21 stakeholders you see on this list were those involved in that previous work, which we've been following through on in terms of interview schedules. So I'll do that next, and that's a great tip, and I'd be happy to meet with the Chamber of Commerce as well. So thank you. Just a brief update for the board in terms of what we've been hearing, just so that's not a mystery. But we found that there's a lot of interest and support for this work, and that people are happy that the previous planning efforts are being picked up and that there's action taking place. There are, I would describe as some sensitive dynamics in terms of just trust in the neighborhood, trust between stakeholders, some general fatigue we're sensing from both planning and development processes in general, including the most recent development processes in the East Milton Square area, which have heightened concerns. Most of the concern we've heard around our effort and work around zoning and design guidelines focus squarely on building height, traffic, and parking. So that will be the topics we're zooming in on as we move towards these more public conversations. And then I would also say that there are varied opinions in how to approach the square. It seems from various subsets of the population of East Milton residents, but also whether or not the larger residents further afield from East Milton Square in the town, and whether the East Milton Square is sort of a neighborhood serving business district, or whether it is really the primary business district of the town. And then just to give you a preview for the next meeting, and I promise I'll cut this short just about now, this is looking forward to a potential November community forum, which would be our first larger session to bring the community together. We floated some dates to Tim, and Tim has been checking with venues in the East Milton Square area to see if we can get one of these. But I did want to just highlight the dates for the board to see if any of these were better or worse from your opinions, and you could perhaps check that and get back to us maybe through Tim, just as we try to confirm one of these dates so we can begin outreach in short order. It's hard to believe that November is just around the corner, but here we are. So it would be great to begin to push the word out about this event as soon as we can get the date and the venue confirmed, and make sure that we have an excellent crowd at that first effort, which I suspect will be pretty easy to do given the level of interest we've seen in those interviews.
So just for everyone's information, I did reach out to the Milton Arts Center, and each of those dates is that venue is available. So I'll send around a poll to the board. You can all kind of think about it right now. Take a look at your calendars, and maybe we can pin that date down. Also kind of keeping into account other events that might be on the schedule. But we'd be looking at the Milton Arts Center for that meeting.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I have some other items to preview with you. I will save those for our next occasion to discuss. We've advanced some of the analysis, which I'm just flipping through on the screen, and additionally have the content for the community forum that we'd like to discuss and preview with the board as well. But as I mentioned, I will save you all some hopefully minutes on this effort this evening and return to discuss those with you on the 5th.
That's great, Josh. Thank you very much. Appreciate keeping this moving forward. Any questions from any of the members on that? That looks.
Are we still trying to tie in East Milton Square with MBTA zoning?
Yes, it's one of our districts.
Is he aware of that and how that's going to fit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. That's why Heights.
I am aware of that. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say I am aware of that, and I do plan to stay on the line and just hear out of curiosity and if there's any applicability to our work for the 3A discussion to follow immediately after this.
Great.
Nice going. Thanks.
Yeah. We'd like you to write design guidelines really first. No, that's good. Something that we want to include in this, and your work will be very important with that. So, all right, great. Well, thank you for coming, and we look forward to seeing you on the 5th.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Again.
Thanks, Josh.
Okay. All right. So we can now move on to our next old business, MBTA Communities Update. Tim, do you want to say anything just to?
Yeah. So we've got a full slate of superstar guests for our MBTA Communities conversation. So we do have Peter Mello, who I believe might be in the room, and Peter,
He's
if
here.
you are, flag us down, and Karis North from Murphy, Hesse, Toomey, and Lehane, Office of Town Council, to talk about a memo that they sent around yesterday regarding the board's question around the relationship between the statute and the compliance guidelines. We also have Eric Halverson from RKG to talk about his initial modeling efforts relative to the fiscal impact analysis. I think Eric is also in the room. And then finally, we've got Zoe Muller and Matt Littell from UTEAL to review their most recent compliance modeling efforts and hopefully help us pin down some sub-districts tonight. So very full slate on MBTA Communities tonight.
Great. Peter, welcome. Please join us. Yes. Nice to meet you. Any of them?
Yes, choice.
Yeah.
So thanks so much. Pleasure
Welcome.
to meet with you. It's been a while. It's been a few years since I've appeared before this board, and I think that visit probably preceded a lot of your term. So it's great to meet everyone and really look forward to working with you. So I can jump in unless the board has any.
Why don't you jump in? Yeah,
Sure.
please go ahead.
Yeah. So, to state the obvious, as lawyers, we serve different roles. Sometimes we act as advocates, and sometimes we act as advisors. When we're advocates, obviously, we're leaving no stone unturned and exhausting all means of unearthing every available argument or rebuttal argument to support whatever position we need to support in the best interest of our clients. When we act as advisors, we're appraising risks, weighing probabilities, and trying to make judgments about outcomes. And the latter role is really the role or the exercise that we're engaged in this context. So, from my perspective, and I'll let Karis jump in a moment, but and this isn't to oversimplify things, or I understand this is something with respect to which people are passionate, and rightly so. But from my perspective, the legal issues here are pretty straightforward. What we have is a statute that confers upon, I'll call it HLC just for simplicity, confers upon HLC explicit statutory authority to promulgate requirements, with respect to which I think it's pretty likely that in any legal challenge, a court would accord HLC substantial deference and a lot of latitude. We've cited cases in our memo, recent cases, including one involving a board in Milton, where courts concluded and affirmed HLC's authority to promulgate guidelines, and in particular in the context of a 40B project and pursuant to Chapter 121B, which is a set of statutes that governs housing authorities. And we're dealing in the context of a statutory regime that I think clearly is geared toward reform. And we've cited case law in our memo for the proposition that that where the underlying legislation with respect to which the state agency has administrative powers is intended to promote reform, the agency will be given even greater latitude to promote the interests of the legislation, the legislative objectives. And that was actually from a Milton case. The court said, and this is the SJC, moreover, where the focus of a statutory enactment is reform, the administrative agency charged with its implementation should construe it broadly so as to further the goals of such reform. In my judgment, again, reading tea leaves, weighing all the factors and circumstances, I think that that's sort of the lens through which a court would view HLC's guidelines in this context. So for all those reasons, and I don't, again, let Karis jump in a minute. Karis is a state leader within the municipal law community on these issues and has been actively involved in reviewing guidelines, these particular guidelines. But in my judgment, and I think it's a judgment shared by Karis, the bottom line is that any challenge to these guidelines, it would be fraught with risks, and I'll let Karis speak to that as well, and obviously we'll be happy to entertain any questions about the memo or any other related issues.
Okay. Thank you, and welcome, Karis.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to see you all. It's like Peter, it's been a while since I've been before this particular board, and I think Cheryl was the chair at the time, and I think almost everybody else has turned over. So nice to see you all again. As Peter said, we come at this in an analysis that we both agree on, and we want to help apprise you of the risks of not complying with the statute. And when you go back to the statutory language, the legislature said that MBTA communities shall have this kind of zoning, and then they don't explain a lot of what that means, and they then delegated to HLC to try to explain that so that communities could be able to comply with the law in a timely fashion. And as as a part of the leadership of the MMLA at the time, when these draft guidelines were circulated to us for comment, we did, as Peter indicated, take an advocacy role there, and focused on a couple of things, not the least of which was the concept of unfunded mandates and less local control. But we all know that under the Home Rule amendments, the legislature can preempt local zoning control, as it has done with 40B. So the other thing that I just wanted to note is that the MMLA letter was written in March of 2022, a year before the Attorney General's advisory was released. And if I mentioned the advisory, or we mentioned the advisory in our memo and letter to the board. And, you know, it's fairly clear what the Attorney General thinks about the enforceability of the guidelines. And that is also another factor that I think is going to come into play here. And, you know, as far as I know, communities that were not in compliance before that advisory was released have come into compliance. And I am not aware of anyone else in the municipal community that is suggesting that communities should not comply and challenge the guidelines. That may be out there, but I am not aware of it. The current lawsuit that's pending is by a private entity, and it's really not based on, last time I looked, the AG is not involved, the municipality is being challenged, but it's unlikely to settle any of these questions for the time being. So I think big picture from the MMLA's perspective is that, you know, the law itself and the guidelines have some flaws. We suggested many technical changes. Some of them were accepted, some of them were not. But I think we all agree that they're unlikely to be vacated, and that, you know, we were simply working to try to make them better, so that you, our clients, cities and towns across the Commonwealth, could be able to comply with them in a reasonable manner.
Thank you.
And like Peter, happy to answer questions.
Any questions from board members?
Well, I have loads of questions. So I thanks for coming, because I was the one who have sort of, you know, insisted on having you come and insisted on you writing a legal opinion. And so I have questions on that, but I also have a few other questions on the law too, so I'm not sure which way to start. But first off, I kind of was just wondering, are all zoning articles like a simple majority? So what triggers the 2/3 vote at town meeting? As we're trying to write our zoning to comply with the law, because we all believe we should pursue compliance with the law, what will trigger a 2/3 vote at town meeting? You know, what language is needed to get a simple majority vote? Is the language of the article just like the 15 units per acre? Is it a half a mile within, you know, of a transit? Is it multifamily, a district of reasonable size? You know, what type of article would require a simple majority?
Mm-hmm. I'll let Karis jump in and take a stab at that. It's a little more nuanced. Obviously, the different quantum of vote is a legislative change of more recent origin. You know, historically, all zoning articles have been subject to a 2/3 quantum. The legislation has changed more recently, and I think that some of the nuances with respect to this legislation, you know, have some nuances and arguments have emerged. I think Karis has probably a better pulse on those issues, so I'll let her take a stab at that.
Sure, I'm happy to. So first of all, as Peter said, the default for any zoning change is set out in 40A Section 5, and it's a 2/3 majority. That's your standard vote. The concept of a lower quantum of vote, a majority quantum of vote, came about prior to, I'm fairly certain, prior to the Section 3A being enacted, but right before, and I believe part of the governor's general attempts to provide for additional housing in the Commonwealth. And in Section 5 of Chapter 40A, there are very specific requirements for when you could have a majority vote, including an amendment to a zoning ordinance or bylaw to allow any of the following as of right. A, multifamily housing or mixed-use development in an eligible location. B, accessory dwelling units, whether within the principal dwelling or a detached structure on the same lot. Or C, open space residential development. And then there are there are 3 other changes. So there are 4 changes to the zoning act that provide for this reduced quantum of vote when certain types of zoning are being presented. The details of that zoning, at least with respect to, I'll only talk to the first one, and this is just an example. It has to be in an eligible location, which is a determination that HLC has to make, and I believe Tim is well in the process of making that, if it's multifamily or mixed use, or it's accessory units, or it's open space residential development, however that is defined. So that's the trigger to get to the lower quantum of vote. Otherwise, you're at 2/3.
So if we write a zoning article that is in an eligible location, and with regards to 3A, an eligible location is within a half a mile of a transit, that should be an eligible location, shouldn't it?
It should be, but the final determination isn't ours. It's up to HLC to make that determination, and then ultimately to the Attorney General, who will review the zoning bylaw and the quantum. And just so you all know, Tim has shared the draft of your bylaw as it currently stands, or as it stood last week, I think. And we've looked at it preliminarily, and he's on track with everything he's doing in it, in terms of getting to that lower quantum of vote.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that's not the planning board's bylaw, that's the select board's bylaw. So the planning board is in the process of writing our own bylaw. So that's why we would like to write a bylaw, or at least I would like to write a bylaw that would be able to pass town meeting with a simple majority. So,
well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what language has to be in that bylaw as we start writing it to get the simple majority.
It has to meet one of the requirements in 48 Section 5, 1, 2, 3, or 4, and that's a type of housing, or a type of district actually, that allows certain kinds of housing. It's not necessarily specific language that gets you to the quantum. And then you also still have to meet the specific requirements of the MBTA guidelines and the HLC guidelines to count under 3A to meet the 12/31/23 deadline for 3A. So you're combining a couple of things here.
So Maggie, if I can just jump in here real quick. By virtue of the fact that MBTA Communities Section 3A is requiring us to create multifamily by right zoning, the only thing that then we would need to make sure we're doing is locating that zoning in what the state considers to be an eligible area. And that eligible area is kind of very broadly defined and kind of, frankly, vaguely defined as adjacent to transit, so within that half mile of transit. So when we talk about the transit area, when we talk about Milton Village, when we talk about Mattapan Station, those sub-districts would be considered to be in eligible areas, or areas of what they call concentrated development, which, broadly speaking, is commercial amenities, civic amenities, not a vacant lot in the middle of the woods, which again, if we're going to be doing zoning in East Milton, for instance, which maybe is not in the transit area, but is in an amenity-rich, already developed area, that would be considered an eligible area. The advisory opinion that Karis mentioned earlier, which was authorized by the Select Board a couple weeks ago, was basically to cover the portion of the Granite Ave subdistrict that is, because 2 Granite Ave is in the transit area of Cedar Grove Station, so that portion of it would be eligible. The southern portion of the Granite Ave district is a little bit more of a question. And so we submitted an application or a request for an advisory from the state basically saying, look, this isn't within a half mile of transit, but we think it's close enough to East Milton, it's close enough to Adams Village, it's on a higher frequency bus line. We think that this, we'd like this to be considered an eligible area as well. So we're waiting back to hear back from the state, but every other sub-district under consideration right now, we believe is very plainly in an eligible area and would be eligible for that 50% quantum of vote.
And it can be mixed use, because I know the select board voted the other night to, put Central Ave as mixed use. So a mixed use requirement would not trigger a 2/3 vote. That should keep it at a simple majority.
So we are double and triple checking in with the state and the Attorney General on that. There's been some conflicting discourse about that. Especially since that aspect of the guidelines is so new. I think everyone is still kind of rapidly trying to get their heads around it. But I know Karis has been in touch with some folks as well. I don't know if she wants to speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I think the distinction here is between allowing mixed use as of right and requiring it. And we're trying to get a sense from the Attorney General's office, the Municipal Law Division, who will ultimately review this and decide what the ultimate quantum is and whether the zoning complies or not. We're just trying to get a heads up and have a conversation with them. So I'm waiting to hear back from that office to be able to fully answer the question.
So as we move forward to write a bylaw, then do we can't mandate mixed use, but we can
Up to 25%.
allow
You can
it.
mandate. My understanding is up to 25% of your zoning districts.
Yeah, but Meredith, the question is, can that be included in an article that would only require a simple majority vote? So then the question becomes tactically, can we have one article that includes the sort of Milton Village Central Ave as mandatory mixed use, or would we need to break up that aspect of the article to kind of preserve that simple majority quantum of vote for every other one of the sub-districts? Is really the question that we're trying to get at.
Right, yeah. Because ideally, again,
I do think it's essential
would-
that we have,
Yeah.
that we do it as one, because what if one goes through and the other doesn't? I feel like we are very limited in our commercial base in Milton. I don't know why people wouldn't vote for it, but
Yeah, Meredith. So the scenario that the two potential scenarios here is that if we get an opinion back from the AGO that basically says no, mandatory mixed use requires a 2/3 vote, then if that's included in the main article, then the main article requires a 2/3 vote.
right.
In order to get that simple majority quantum, every aspect of the article needs to sort of meet the thresholds for simple majority. So if it's like mixing, chocolate and peanut butter. Two great tastes that taste great together, but they've got to be separate in order to get those quantums. That was a bad analogy.
No, but that's
everyone loves chocolate and peanut butter together, but we're trying to.
I know.
I'm getting hungry.
And that is the same with the design guidelines, Karis and Tim? Because I think guidelines because the design guidelines are separate, so you can include a sort of a provision that design guidelines would exist. The design guidelines, because the thing that you have to understand is that because it's by right zoning, there can't be the design guidelines have to be a little bit more prescriptive, because there can't be discretion in site plan review in the same way that there's discretion in a special permit process. So you can subject these multifamily projects under 3A to site plan review. You can include design guidelines, but the guidelines have to be kind of black and white. You either fulfill it or you don't. Something that an applicant can be very clear of
and there's no question at the planning board of like, well, maybe you did this, maybe you didn't. We're going to have discretion over whether to give the permit or not. So the design guidelines that you would create under 3A would probably look maybe a little bit different than, for instance, the ones we did for Milton Village, where Milton Village has kind of a laundry list of design standards and then refers to design guidelines. The design guidelines are very detailed, but also kind of, there's not a lot of necessarily prescriptive standards in there, and it's more kind of up to the planning board to decide, have you met these guidelines or not. So the zoning can absolutely have a provision for design guidelines, but again, it's got to be in the context of site plan review, which, as we all know, site plan review, can't reject a project. It can only condition a project in reasonable terms.
And to Tim's point, just one quick point, just to put this into context you've all seen before, site plan review for an as-of-right multifamily housing 3A compliant district would probably look a bit like site plan review for a Dover protected use.
So I'm looking at the model zoning appendix F, and that's the design guideline discussion, and it suggests that you put a paragraph in that allows the site plan review authority to adopt and amend by simple majority vote design standards. And what the advantage of having it be something where it's done this way is it's not in the zoning, meaning we can update it at the planning board level without having to go to town meeting to do it. And that's what we did with Milton Village. And I would think that that's something that we should do here, where we include in the zoning something similar to what's in the sample language, which is what we did in Milton Village also, which is to say that the planning board could adopt and amend from time to time. And it says here that, as you said, Tim, they must be objective and not subjective. But they can address scale and proportion of buildings, alignment, width, and grade of streets and sidewalks, the location of building and garage entrances, the protection of significant natural site features, the location and design of open space, exterior signs, buffering. So those are all the sorts of things that we do anyway. So I do think it would be really good for us to, at least at this point, include this language in the zoning, and then really work on those design guidelines. But they don't have to go into town meeting. They can be done at the planning board level.
Great point.
So also, I'm wondering if the planning board writes our own zoning article for 3A, how can you guys as town council adequately represent our article as well as the select board's article? Because they could be in conflict with each other. So I understand that part of your job is to review all articles and advise on if they're all legal. But would you be able to confidently provide an unbiased opinion on both articles if they're differing?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we review articles and evaluate their legality. I don't see, obviously it's a select board's warrant, but I don't see an issue. I don't know, Karis, if you have anything to add in that regard.
Yeah, just that reviewing articles and answering legal questions in that context is I want to say neutral. We look for the legal analysis, and we answer questions from town meeting. It's not an advocacy position for one over the other. That's not our job with warrant articles.
Okay, just because I know the planning board doesn't have any authority on writing your checks and hiring and firing. So my fear was perhaps you might give more preference to an article to a body that has that. authority over a board that doesn't have that.
Our client is the corporate entity of the town of Milton,
Okay. Okay.
not a particular board.
Okay. Because I just thought Tim had said in our meeting and in an email I got from Nick that it said that the select board has the sole authority, I think, to hire a town council. So I kind of wanted to maybe see that document that shows that the select board has the sole authority, because the planning board does hire our own consultants. So I would think if the planning board might feel a need or a comfort level to hire our own legal counsel, are we able to do that?
Yeah, respectfully, Maggie, I think I don't want to veer afield of the notice topic. I think these are questions that, again, respectfully, are probably veer a little outside the boundaries. But I'll say I'm happy to. That's a question that we'd have to consult with the town about and the appropriate authorities and Nick and the like. So.
Great.
I don't want to veer too far down that path, or to say there is, I think, widely recognized legal authority for the proposition that the select board has authority to retain counsel. But
because I know, like, the school committee can hire their own legal counsel.
Right, in the absence of explicit statutory authority. But again, I want to stay within the scope of the meeting.
Yep, okay.
Any other questions? So we do want to get on to RKG as possible.
Nope. So, so I kind of wanted to, you referenced the MMLA letter. So I'm kind of wondering if, what, you mentioned that there were inconsistencies in it. So I'm kind of wondering if there are still inconsistencies in it that you find.
I haven't done that analysis. I know one of the things we pointed out was the bus stations versus bus stops. That's been fixed.
Correct.
One of the other things we pointed out was the complete elimination or non-discussion of affordability. That's been included. But they didn't take some of our comments. Like there were some comments about definitions, and there was a long discussion with the folks at DHCD at the time, HLC, about definitions, and they ultimately made their determinations.
Yeah, and one of that's the reasonable size, I think, is the one that stood out to me, and that wasn't clarified. So again, when we're trying to write a bylaw that's complies with the law, I've spoken to numerous, attorneys from all different walks of life, and they've said that the town needs to respond to the law, the legislative law, and that the guidelines are not legally enforceable. And so it's my understanding that the guidelines provide guidance, and they show us various ways in which we can comply with the law, and that's what we want to do, is we want to comply. But I also feel like it has, it allows us, every town, because we're so different from each other, that we can create zoning in a way that's good for Milton. And, provided we meet the requirements of the law. So I'm wondering if, and also the guidelines are not binding. So in that they haven't gone through the proper regulatory process. My question is, were these guidelines, did they all the guidelines go through the public comment period at the State House? And was there a review period of the comments? And were the guidelines voted on and adopted by the legislator? Because they just, as we said, the latest one just came out in August. So how could, if it just came out in August, how could the state legislators vote on it and adopt it into the law?
So the legislature has delegated to HLC, the authority to promulgate the guidelines, and I will leave it to Peter to talk to you about, what, and I think he's talked about this earlier, the language in the case law that we've looked at that talks about the deference that a court would give those guidelines. I don't think it's correct to say that they are not enforceable. I think that's a summary of a portion of our letter. I will say that at least with the initial draft, there were circulated for public comment. Obviously, the MMA and the MMLA, looked at them. Were they a formal rulemaking process, which is done at the agency level, not at the legislative level? No, they were not. I will also say that the MMLA reviewed the model bylaw as well, and we found that the model bylaw was very good. And we shared our comments with DHCD on that model bylaw, and I can't recall now which, I think they incorporated many of our changes, but we were actually quite pleased with that model bylaw, which I believe many communities are using these days. And so, Peter, do you want to address the enforceability issue?
No, I think you've covered it well, Karis. Just to be clear, though, Maggie, the legislature doesn't vote on guidelines typically. That's what we have here in 3A is a provision that confers upon HLC the authority to promulgate guidelines. And again, we've cited a couple of cases, recent cases, in which courts have affirmed HLC, actually, of all, coincidentally, of all state agencies, HLC's authority in accorded to HLC's guidelines, substantial deference, including in that 40B case that we mentioned involving Milton and the Fairhaven Housing Authority case that addressed the HLC guidelines in the context of 121B.
Yeah, so I'm not 100% convinced yet because, I think you may have seen that a former 30-year planning board member did submit to the planning board a memo, and he provided different testimony. So have you had a chance to read that?
Yeah, so I've seen that memo, and respectfully, I'm not, this isn't by any means meant to be a criticism. The case law, I remember there was a section of the memo that enumerated some cases. None, to my knowledge, involved instances where the authority to promulgate guidelines had been explicitly conferred in a statute. Obviously that memo, I think, preceded the cases, the more recent cases that we mentioned in our memo, where courts have actually addressed HLC guidelines and again used the phrase substantial deference. So, and I don't think that I don't think within that memo that were cited any cases that use the phrase substantial deference. We've cited cases that do. So again, that's not meant to be a criticism.
Yeah, no.
Reasonable minds can differ. This is how we've viewed this, and based on our research and our review of the matter, Karis's intimate knowledge of the genesis of all this with HLC, and that's what we're doing in this exercise, is appraising risks, weighing probabilities, and using the information we have to make the best possible judgment we can about what the optimal path is for the town. That's what we've done. So.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like that's what we're doing too. We're, trying to weigh our risks, and especially from the financial health of the town, and creating 2,500 new units is not great for the financial health of the town, and we're risking that against a potential lawsuit from somebody, and what is that going to cost financially versus versus us creating zoning to allow 2,500 new units.
Which is why we want to get
In
onto
which
RKG.
we want to get to RKG. But that's what we're kind of doing too, is we're trying to weigh the risks for the residents. Our obligation is to the residents of the town. That's what we're trying to
And
do.
Sean, you had one quick
I
question
just have
too.
one quick question.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. First, Peter and Karis, thanks for being here with us. We need all the help we can get, and we appreciate you guys being here. The Select Board has prepared a letter, and it may have already been submitted at this point, and we saw a draft of it very recently. And they present a position that argues for why we should not be considered a rapid transit community. Did you advise on that letter, Peter, or were you involved in consulting with the Select Board as they prepared that letter?
So I want to, again, stay within the boundaries of the meeting notice. I also want to be mindful of the attorney-client privilege.
Sure.
For a lot of reasons.
It was a very well-written letter.
Yeah, it was very well written.
So
my point is, I'm very complimentary of what they did. I was interested to know if your counsel had been engaged in helping them, create that position.
Yeah, I guess, again, I want to avoid revealing any privileged information. I'm not trying to be evasive or dodge anything. I just want to be, I'm treading carefully.
I thought the client was the town of Milton.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Well, again, I don't.
The letter was discussed in executive session, correct?
I don't believe so.
The attorney-client privilege is wielded by the Select Board. That is clear. But
So did they tell you not to discuss this letter with anybody, or?
no, we're in an open meeting, and I'm being asked questions.
Go ahead,
Peter,
you have a follow-up.
I was just curious to know if they had your advice on it. It was a great letter. I'm supportive of the letter. They did a wonderful job preparing it. I think their argument is excellent. And my question was very simple. Did they utilize your expertise as well as their own? They have expertise on the board. Our chair is an attorney, and I simply was asking if your firm was involved in helping them prepare that. That was it. If you can't answer the question, you can just say no.
Yeah, and I'm not trying. I understand. I'm not trying to be.
This isn't a trap.
No, I get it. I totally understand. Totally get it.
Okay, so one last question, Jim. You had a question, and then
It kind of follows on Sean's. And if we don't get reclassified, do you think we have any kind of a legal option to pursue reclassification?
Karis, did you hear that?
I didn't, no.
So if we don't, we sent the Select Board sent a great letter. If the state sends back a response saying that, no, you guys are rapid transit, you have to be rapid transit, do you think there's any legal avenue we can pursue to try and get reclassified?
I think that the, courts are going to defer to DHCD and their consultation with transportation on that question. So I'm absolutely speculating at this point. I'm not even sure what kind of action you would bring. A mandamus action like this, like the subway stop action, you're going to end up in the same place, I think. Or the stairs.
Yeah.
At the commuter rail.
Right.
That's about the only thing that pops into my head. I haven't really thought about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And I think that we asked for a response by October 6th, so hopefully we'll hear something back on that fairly soon from that letter that was sent. But it was a very good letter, and I thought well written. So with that, I think that concludes, I think for now, questions. But thank you so much, because this is something that we get asked a lot from residents in the community. And, is this legal? Is this, yeah.
Real
Thank
quick. You said that the model zoning rather, had been reviewed, and you thought that it was in very, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it was very good model zoning. And so would you be aware of any community that's disregarding the model zoning and starting from scratch on their own zoning?
I don't at the moment, no.
Tim mentioned Lexington.
Lexington, I reviewed theirs.
Lexington,
Yeah,
they're on private.
that may be. The communities that I work with are all 2024 deadlines other than Milton. So they're focusing on next spring as opposed to this fall.
Do you
So
have,
there's nothing-
actually, following up on that, so if most of these communities have 2024 deadlines, wouldn't you think it might behoove Milton to hopefully get our extension letter, so then we can hear what all the other communities are saying, and we can, be part of their discussion? As I said at one of our meetings, I do feel that it is really quite burdensome for the state to put the towns, I mean, there are only 12 of us who are classified as rapid transit. We have to create the most housing, to create zoning for the most housing in the shortest amount of time. So I think it would behoove the town, we are planners, we're trying to plan, to wait for and listen to what the other 150, 60 towns have to say. And is this 2023 deadline like a hard stop at 2023? Because I kind of feel like it's, kind of a made-up deadline. And what is going to happen if we don't get the extension and we don't meet the deadline? What's going to happen?
I can't tell you what's going to happen because it hasn't happened to anybody yet, right? Again, pure speculation, which I think you just have to read all of the tea leaves. You read the guidelines. You read, that one of the things MMLA brought up was timing and suggested more time, and you can see what EOLC did or HLC did with that. You can read what the Attorney General said, and then, we don't know yet what the answer is going to be because there isn't an answer yet.
So wouldn't it be better practice, better planning practice to take our time than to rush something through just to meet some artificial deadline?
It's not necessary.
Did you go to law school? These are very, very good cross-examination questions. I'm going to do what I tell my clients to do. I'm not going to accept the premise of your question. There's a deadline that we believe has the force of law, and whether you think it's too fast or not, there are resources that you have already made use of, and you do the best you can. And that's all any community can do, is the best they can.
Thank you.
Can I just ask real quick on the, Karis, I just want to come back to the model zoning, because in terms of the time frame it takes to draft zoning, when you mentioned, I think the MMLA had looked at the zoning, have you or Peter looked carefully at that model zoning? And if you were to advise the town, would you say that that's a good starting point for a zoning bylaw for us to be compliant?
I have looked at it in the context of the comments, and yes, I think it's a good starting point.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, that's going to conclude.
Thanks so much.
For this evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
Karis.
Karis.
It was a pleasure meeting you, and Peter, thank you for coming to us. Great. Okay. So now we can move to our next item is an update from RKG on our fiscal impact analysis and where we are in that process. Thank you for joining us.
So is Eric in the room? There he goes.
Yep,
All right.
he's here.
There he is.
Yeah, man, are you, just go to the Zoom link.
Share my screen.
Yes. What's, not seeing you connected to Zoom. RKG Zoom, yes. I'll promote you to panelist so you can share.
Sorry, I prepared just
Great.
a brief presentation with some of the
That's great to see. Yeah.
Thank you.
We've been looking forward to this, so thank you.
Sounds like it. Okay, great. I know it's 10 o'clock. There's only about 10 slides, so
All right.
I figure I'll go through it. You can ask me any questions you want. This will not be the last time you see me. This is kind of the preliminary piece that we talked about last time. Since we don't have the districts and kind of the build out for the districts, I think we talked about last time I would show you our estimate on a per unit basis for apartments and then for sale units, what we think could potentially be the fiscal impacts, sort of how we arrived at those. So that's what I want to go over tonight. Then once we have the rest of the information, we can put all the other pieces together that was in the scope of work. Okay, well, that's basically what I just said. So in terms of our process, it's, it's pretty linear, I guess, and usually doesn't change all that much. It's really the inputs that change. So from a data collection standpoint, I've been working with Tim and other department heads to collect the information that we need to build out the fiscal impact model along with the inputs. So that includes all of the department budgets. In Milton, that was 45 separate spreadsheets, one for all the departments, which is probably more information than I've ever gotten from a community, so congratulations. We went through all of those. And what we do is we look at, and they're all line itemed out. Everything's line itemed out in each of the spreadsheets. And in our models, we identify what we call our fixed costs, so costs that are not necessarily going to change.
Recording in progress.
With the addition of one new housing unit. And then incremental or variable changes, so costs that may change with the addition of a housing unit. So in this case, for the time being, since I didn't know if we were modeling mixed use or not, I just stuck to the residential component. So we went through all those 45 budget spreadsheets and we classified all of those budgetary line items into fixed versus variable. And then what we do is we add all those variable costs up. We kind of categorize departments, and I'll show you how I did that just to make it easier to deal with. And then that's how we get the per household costs and what's going to vary. So an example of a fixed cost, in our opinion at least, is say like a police chief. Even if you add 2,000 new households, you're probably not going to have 2 police chiefs, but you probably will need additional officers, maybe a cruiser, certainly more equipment, those kinds of things. So those would be your incremental costs. Same with schools. You're unlikely to hire a brand new superintendent or principal for that school, but you may need more teachers. You certainly need desks and equipment and pens and pencils and computers and all the things that we need to educate our children. So just that's kind of the realm in which we operate with that. So we look at the town budgets. Then we look to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education for Milton school budget. They have it in a beautiful format that's very easy to follow. We do the same thing with the school budget. Unfortunately, they just have added FY22. And then we look at the development program and the assumptions. So that's what we need from you all at some point, is the district and the assumptions around where they are, how many units, etc. For right now, I just plugged in some hypothetical developments, and I'll show you at the end just so you can see how the scenario plays out. So in terms of the analysis, the revenue is assumed to come from property taxes. That's every community's primary source of taxes. But we did also build in a calculation for the 1% CPA. We also built in a calculation for vehicle excise taxes. So we do have those built into the model. Those are additional revenues that could potentially come with additional units of housing. As I mentioned, we did the budget analysis by department, and then we come up with what the incremental cost is for each department. And then we then can calculate the incremental cost per housing unit, and I'll walk you through some of that. So in terms of our assumptions, obviously we need the town tax rate so we can calculate the taxes that would come off. We have estimates for construction costs and property values because we need to be able to assign a value to a unit and then to a development so that we can generate what the potential property taxes are. So we have to assume, just because this is a sort of a hypothetical and it's not based on a real development, we're using construction costs as a proxy for what the value of that development would be. Sometimes if we know exactly what the development is, we know the rents or the sale prices that that developer is going to charge for that development, we can use an income-based approach, which is how a town assessor would do that. But for this, we use cost approach, but they're pretty much approximate. The development program we're waiting on. These are the categories, how we lump the cost side of things. So to make it easy, police and fire are lumped into a category called public safety. DPW or public works is its own category. Schools is its own category for costing. And then everything else that's not those three, we call general government. So that's your planning department, your finance, your clerk, everybody in between. Council on Aging, library, they're all there. If you want to see them broken out, like I said, we have 45 spreadsheets. It's all broken out. But just to make it easier to present, that's usually how we categorize it. And then lastly, so that we can figure out what the school costs are going to be, we need to make assumptions around how many students per unit might actually come in the future as new housing is developed. So we have estimates for student generation rates. So just quickly on the construction cost side, so we have a program that's widely used across the country called RS Means, and they have sort of hyper-local construction costs in 2023 dollars. So I just estimated those out in the table on the right. So, what's the square footage for these different, so just in the model, and we can add in more if we need to, but we did 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms for apartments. And then for for sale condos, we assumed it would be about the size of a 3-bed apartment, 1,250 square feet. And then we added in townhomes. I figured that might be something that could come in the future as part of an MBTA district. So we figured about 1,600 square feet. We have the construction costs on a per square foot basis, and then on the right, you just multiply those two and you can see what the value is. So that would be our sort of our proxy for taxable value. If you have a 100-unit development and it's all, if you have 12 townhomes, let's say, you would multiply 12 times $640,000 per townhome, and that would be how we're generating property taxes. And again, they're just estimates at this point. So for the model, there's kind of 3 main pieces. We have all the inputs that we talked about. Then we have the different multipliers. So we have demographic metrics, we have the tax rates, we have all those incremental costs. If we are going to measure any commercial, then we would do that on an employment basis because we don't have units. We have to measure it in a different way. And then the outputs are you have your new tax receipts. Then you have your other fees and revenues. Those are your revenue sources. You have your municipal costs, which you're going to subtract from your revenue. That gives you the net fiscal impact, whether it's positive or negative. It just depends which side of the equation is higher. So just to walk you through some of the assumptions that we used. Oh boy. Okay. Ignore that totals bottom number. That didn't add up, but the table is actually correct. I'm not sure why that didn't carry over. But on the top right, you'll see the first 2 columns, or I guess the second and third column. One says variable budget, the other says total budget. Like I said, just ignore those totals on the bottom. But you can see sort of how much of those budgets that we use to consider to be variable versus can't see that. I was trying to get rid of so you can see the percentages. But anyway, the percentage of the total is on the right. One thing I wanted to know is in the spreadsheets that we received from the town, there was a lot of costs that we categorized as other, about almost $28 million. Those things are things like existing debt service, unemployment, retirement, and insurance, things that we don't normally factor in and things that normally don't sort of sway with an additional housing unit or not, because most of those costs are for existing staff or existing capital projects that the town might already have in there. So we're really focused more on the operation side rather than the capital side with this. There will be the capital side once we get the build out and everything, but for right now we're focused on the operation side. Then what we need to do once we figure out the variable budget piece, we need to actually figure out, well, how do we assign that variable budget to residential versus non-residential land uses in the town. As I heard someone mention before about mixed use, there's not a lot of commercial assessed value in the town, about 2% versus 96% of your assessed value base comes from residential. The other 2% is personal property tax. So what we do is we take those factors, 96 and 2, and we say, okay, 96, we're essentially going to assign 96% of that variable budget to residential and 2% to commercial. In other communities where there's more balance, obviously that shifts and changes. So once we figure out the variable budget and how much of that variable budget goes to residential, we now need to figure out how do we equate that to a per housing unit basis. So what we do is we just pull the total number of households from the census. Milton in the 2021 ACS was just over 9,000 units. So you essentially divide the two and you get what we see here on the bottom. We have our variable budget of just over 10 million. We divide that by 9,235. That gives us a cost per new household to the town of just the municipal side, not the school side, but just the municipal side of almost $1,100 a household. Does that make sense?
Per year.
That says 1,000 though, right? Sorry, is that per 1,000 on this?
Yeah.
Okay,
$1,090
gotcha.
Per household.
Yeah, so every time, this is essentially saying for every new household that you might add going forward, the cost to the town would be $1,090, just on the municipal side of things, not the schools.
And what size is a household?
It's agnostic to that. It's just a household.
Could you go back a slide for a moment? Because this is all driven off of the variable budget, these values, right? The 1,000, Eric. I just want to make sure I understand how you arrived at the variable. Could you just walk back through that again? How did we get the variable?
So we took every department's line item budget that the town provided to us, which includes every cost that essentially town meeting would approve in a given year for the town departments. And we go through that line by line and we make a judgment call based on our experience as to which costs for every department we think might vary with the addition of one new housing unit and which ones we would consider to be fixed. So in my example of that before, if we took the police department as an example, if you added one new household, or probably even 1,000 new households, you probably wouldn't hire another police chief. So the police chief's salary in that example, we would say that's a fixed cost to the town. But a police cruiser, police equipment, additional police officers, and their associated salary and overtime, those would be variable costs, because if you added 100 or 1,000 new housing units, you would assume there's some cost that's going to be associated with that.
Okay, stay with that one for a moment, please, because I just want to make sure I explore this.
Sure.
So the public safety police line item, we have a total budget of 8 million. And we're saying the variable budget is 54% of that, 4 million. We only have one police chief. I'm thinking about that other 4 million that's not variable. I'd love to see your spreadsheet on that so I could understand how the variable, to me the variable seems quite low. I would have expected that those fixed costs, and I get it, you're not going to hire another police chief. You might not hire another, I'm not sure who the next in command is.
I was going to say, it's going to be like lieutenants, captains, police chiefs.
That's okay, but it's still a little bewildering to me that there's 4 million of that category. That seems quite high.
There's
to me.
other things too that are in there. It's not just personnel. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but if it's possible for us to see a little bit more detail behind it, it might help us understand it. Of
course.
I would have expected that the variable to be greater than that one, for example.
Yeah, we'll say under police, the salaries are pretty high, and the personnel, just number of personnel, was actually a little bit higher than I thought it was going to be, and that's not a problem or a knock on the town. It's good to have, additional public safety officials.
We love our police.
That's why we're one of the safest towns in the state.
That may be why that number is around 54%, just because of the number of personnel and the number of sort of higher up personnel, how much they're making, and the costs associated with those folks.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because if that variable is too low, the assignment of $1,090 per household is would be too low.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. The higher we push the variable budget, the higher that 1,090 will go.
Right.
Exactly.
Is this the standard way that you assign these in terms of the variable when you do your analyses? In other words, this isn't something unique to this analysis for us.
It's the way we do it all the time, and most of our peers do it this way as well.
Okay.
So along the lines of the fixed cost for like the chief, do you take into account that he would probably get a raise if 1,000 new households come on?
We don't. Everything is we just consider everything in today's dollars.
The superintendent and the principals, those guys.
It's with all, yeah. So basically, we just take the budget and we assume that I don't want to use the word fixed, but that the numbers in that budget are fixed. Yeah, that they're not going to go up with CPI or inflation or anything like that. Yeah, because we also don't inflate the housing values, and as we know, housing values also go up. So we would have to sort of inflate those two things together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I know exactly what you mean. I just wonder if we're looking for a new police chief and MBTA zoning gets passed and the guy's thinking, well, gee, I can go to Milton, but they might get 2,000 new housing units or whatever, 1,800 in the next 10 years while I'm here. I'd probably want a little bit more money to deal with that. You know, and
yeah, I don't know how, I'm not sure how they would look at something like that. I would assume if you're a police chief, I'm guessing it really wouldn't matter.
Yeah, it's not based on population size.
Yeah,
the
chief
salary.
isn't, no, but, yeah. Well, that's not true. I'm sure the chief of Boston gets paid a lot more than the chief of Milton, I have to imagine, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you imagine a superintendent might get paid on population, school population.
They might, yeah. They might.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Thanks. Okay, so we went over that. I just wanted to talk about the school side a little bit. So the table kind of in the middle there, that's basically the student ratio on a per unit basis that we use. These numbers come from a couple different places. The 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms for both market rate. So the MKT is our assignment for market rate units. The AFF is just if you're going to have I don't forget if you guys have inclusionary zoning or if you're thinking about doing it as part of MBTA. If you are and you're going to have a split between market and affordable in future development, that's why I broke it out that way. On the apartment side, we typically use a higher student ratio for affordable units because that's what we see in the marketplace. Those tend to, there's so few affordable family size units, especially in the 3 bedrooms, that they tend to generate more children than a market rate, which is priced to the market and can sometimes be higher for a family to afford. So that's why you'll see slight differences in the numbers. Otherwise, for the 1 and 2 bedroom and the 3 bedroom market rate, all those we have a database of probably 1,000 units, if not more, and our experience working on these all over Massachusetts. So we kind of take blended rates from similar communities. So that's what we put them in. For the for sale units, the condos and the townhouses, there was a report done for the state of Massachusetts back in 2017. It's a little bit dated, but it's kind of the best that we have on the for sale side. So that's where those numbers come from for the condos as well as the townhouses. And you'll see that those ones don't vary. So that's how, when we use those ratios, we apply them, against a number in our, a number of units, and you'll see how we did that when I show you the results at the end. And that's how we come up with the estimates of potential children that might be generated by units in the future.
So Eric, do you happen to consider the existing data of Milton?
Yes. So Tim was kind enough to work with staff and pull some existing data. There aren't that many multifamily complexes to pull from. I think he pulled about 4. And for better or worse, they range in year built from like 1964, which has been around for a long time, up until like the mid early 2000s. So I looked at those ratios, and if you notice for the 2-bed ratio, you'll see 0.05. That is the ratio from those units that was provided to us by the town. The ratio was not provided to us by a breakout of bedrooms specifically, so I wasn't able to calculate a ratio for each bedroom type. So I said most of the units in those 4 complexes were generally 2-bedroom units. So I said, well, let's apply the 0.05 just to the 2 beds. For the 3 beds, we used higher numbers and sort of our experience in the greater Boston market, just so that we were being a little bit more conservative with our approach as to not potentially understate the impact. And that's what I mean by conservative. You know, some communities were able to, some communities that have a lot more multifamily units were able to work with the school department and get very specific address information, which is basically what Tim did for us on this project. There just wasn't a big number of units to pull from in this case. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the school budget as reported by DESE for FY22. This is just the local budget. This is absent of Chapter 70 state aid and any grants or money that's coming into the town from outside sources. So just at least what they were reporting that the town has. So you can see there the total budget, and then you can see the percentage of the budget that we used in terms of the variable cost, which is in the middle column. So it ends up being about 62%. So once we discount that 42 million by 62%, we divide it by the enrollment in the community today, in the school district today, we get a per pupil, again, a variable per pupil cost of just under $10,000. And that compares to the full cost to educate a child as of this budget of almost $15,000. So we're not discounting it too much, and this is in line with a lot of the communities that we see.
So I don't have our town budget with us, but 42 million is not my recollection of our school budget.
There are categories in the school budget from DESE that we consider to be fixed.
I see.
That would these are all the variable costs.
My recollection is our school budget is somewhere around 58 million.
Yes, I think that's correct.
But that includes funding from the state and other sources, right?
Yep, and it also includes just other fixed costs like superintendent and school board costs and
principals you mentioned.
Yep, principals, those kinds of things.
Yeah, the 58 has nothing to do with funding. It's what we're spending. We're spending 58 million.
Yeah.
From the town's budget or from?
We're spending 58 million to support our school system.
But what I understood is they don't include the spending that's coming from a different revenue source being the state. That's why I was making a distinction. Is that right?
Are you saying that?
I'm not talking about funding at all. I'm trying to understand how we're using only 42 million as our this is back in that variable cost category. Exactly. This is what you call variable. Yeah. So
I could share that with you too.
Yeah, that'd be great. It'd just be good for the board to understand what is that other 16 million, because it's not part of this value.
Absolutely.
As soon as the greater that 16 million becomes, the lower our cost per pupil is. There's a real important, you know what I mean? So as the 42 gets lower.
Drops. So does the 9,750.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we just want to understand what that is.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Because we're spending 58 million, but then we have grants. So if we didn't have the grants, would we be spending more?
Where would we get it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Where would we get the funding though?
I don't know that the grant really, I think that mixes kind of apples and oranges. I mean, if we're spending $58 million, if we didn't have the grants, we'd probably raising taxes right?
Yeah. The majority of the outside funding that almost every community gets in Massachusetts is coming in the form of Chapter 78 on your cherry sheet. So that's where most of that comes. And that will fluctuate with enrollment and however else they do the formula for that.
Your detail will probably save us a bunch of time. We won't keep asking a lot of questions.
That's great.
Or I won't.
Okay, then this is just the last slide that I have, which I just ran, like I said, I just ran a couple of random scenarios just so you could see kind of how things played out. So I did a 50 unit market rate project with no affordable units, 100 unit, so a little bit bigger, And then I did, assuming you wanted to do like 10% inclusionary zoning, I did a 90-10 split on 100. And then I just did like a 12-unit townhouse. And again, I just pulled these numbers out of the air. We can test anything with the model. So if you work your way from left to right, you have the hypothetical development program, you have the assessed values, which is going to drive the taxes. You have the town's current tax rate, residential tax rate of $11.40. You have the estimate of gross annual taxes. You have the estimate of your municipal costs, which is your $1,090 a unit. You have your estimate of school costs, which is the number of children I've projected would come out of, say, 50-unit development times $9,735. And then you subtract the municipal and school costs from your gross taxes, and that's how you get your annual net taxes. So in all these cases, it's positive. The number isn't, anything crazy, but it's not negative, which I think is a good thing. And quite honestly, what we find in most communities. So it's, honestly, this is like on the 100 unit in a lot of other communities, and I think it might just be the conservative nature that we applied here. We're normally at net annual taxes probably closer to 100,000. Some of that also is the tax rate of $11.40, believe it or not, is actually lower than a lot of other communities that we work in. Sometimes they're in the mid to high teens. So that also obviously then drives the revenue side of the equation, not just the cost side.
So Eric, I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you another question.
Yeah, of course.
The value, the net annual tax of $20,778. What does that value represent?
So that represents the value of the development from a tax perspective.
Yeah.
So your property taxes.
Yeah.
Minus your municipal costs, which is the $1,090 per unit times, in this case, 50 units. And then minus your school costs. So based on our prediction of how many school kids would come out of that 50-unit development times $9,735. So that's your net. It's basically revenues minus costs. That's your net.
So in that 50-unit development, how many kids are you saying? So I don't have to do this math. 46,326.
Yeah, divided by
Divided
9,735.
9,735. So you're saying
5 or 6.
5
yeah.
kids out of 50 units?
Mm-hmm.
That seems awfully low. No?
There are currently 0 students in the 73 units at 88 Wharf Street.
It's
Yeah, that.
Right, that wasn't,
That's practically a 55 plus.
yeah, that wasn't.
This is, I mean, I would do this all the time. The misconception about how many children live in particularly in market rate apartments, everybody thinks it's going to blow the doors off their school. I'm telling you, it never does. It does not materialize. I'm telling you that as your planning board consultant. It doesn't materialize, and we have the data to back it up. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I see it being more of like the two and three, like the 3-family units mixed use.
Absolutely.
That's where the children will.
The
Likely
biggest
moves.
driver of upward enrollment, if you're in a school district that people want to be in, which I imagine Milton is one of those, is turnover in single-family homes. It's baby boomers aging out of homes, and people like me with 2 kids buying that home from a 70-year-old person, putting 2 kids in it where there weren't any before. I mean, that's really what drives our school enrollment these days. It's not apartments.
Wait, so I know I'm a little slow. Does that 58 million for the schools, does that include like the health benefits to the teachers?
I don't think it does.
No.
Yeah, it's salary, it's what's ever in the school budget, yeah.
My recollection is that that's outside of that budget.
It would be in that other category because the pension is not carried in school budget. It's carried in the town's pension budget.
It probably should be in there, but I don't
Because
believe
it's
it is.
it's a direct cost to the school budget, as if the health benefits of the teachers and the admin is a direct cost.
I mentioned that from my warrant committee days of looking at budgets. And so that's my recollection, because that was always a question. If you have a new hire, does that price for the new hire include the full benefit package? And retirement is, for the whole town is in retirement. health insurance, the whole town, health insurance. So it's not just schools, it's like every
It's every-
department,
yeah. So maybe in your costs here, you need to put that in.
It's in the other category from what I think he told me, so we'll get that in the detail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that detail, that would be helpful. And Tim, we can post these on the website just as a sort of a starting point? Or?
I just have a question too.
yes.
Because as I was thinking about this, I was thinking, well, recently the planning board approved a subdivision off of Pleasant Street a few years ago. And now there's 5 houses there. They're 4 to 5 bedroom houses. And so the assessed value, I don't know what the assessed value is, but like a recent one, 5 beds sold for, I think, 2.6 million.
Sure, yeah.
And so in a situation like that, like a 5-bed, what would your children estimate be there, for example? You mentioned what they are on townhouse and apartment and condo.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to the 2017 report. It probably would be like somewhere between 1 and 2, I would guess.
So less than what I might have guessed too, because
Yeah.
I might have guessed 3 or 4.
You know what's interesting
No
is
one's
like
having 4 kids anymore.
that's exactly what I was going to say.
Right.
I know a lot of people with 4 kids in their family.
I know.
Demographically, people just aren't having as many kids for a whole variety of reasons.
You have 4, don't you?
Your average household,
Right.
just isn't having.
No, and that's one of the reasons I mention it, because we talk about how it seems low for apartments and condos, but single families, I might have assumed it's more, but it's less than what people might assume, even for single families with a number of bedrooms,
Yeah,
right?
we're doing a big, just if you have a second, just as an aside, we're doing a big study for the South Weymouth Naval Air Station for the rest of the development there. One way in which we did that was there's 1,274 homes already in the Weymouth side that have been built and occupied for a number of years. It's a really great case study because it's a mix of single-family homes, townhomes, market rate apartments, and there's another house typology down there, right? So it's not just apartments, it's not just single family, it's a big mix. Can you guess, and it has single family homes that are selling for $1 million, can you guess what the student generation ratio is of 1,274 units in a mix of owner and renter occupied units? 0.07. 0.07.
Wow.
So back to your comment earlier of 5 kids and 50, right? That's what, 0.10? And we're just talking about small apartment units. There we're talking about a big mix. It's because people are having fewer children these
Well,
days.
that's interesting because we are, in Milton, are going through a big overcrowding issue. So we need to have a new school. So how come our demographics are not meeting your norm then?
I don't know, I'd have to look at
It's
the
unusual,
projections,
yeah.
but
Because many other towns are going down and we've gone up.
yeah. I mean, it could be it could just be turnover in the market, like I was saying before. Like if you have turnover in 4 or 5 bedroom homes and you have empty nesters moving out and you have people with 2 kids or 4 kids moving in, I mean, that's going to make a big dent, but we just don't find it in the apartments. We really don't.
I think again, this is just opinion, but the likely impact is that the apartment becomes the place where that family that no longer has children moves to.
Mm-hmm.
They sell their house. I mean, the whole idea it's probably how it is envisioned, right? That person leaves that single family residence, young family comes in, and this doesn't project any of that.
Right.
That's the risk. Yeah. And really what significantly carries the town is the ratio of empty households. Empty households, my mother, for example,
Empty nester.
lives in a house by herself. She pays substantial taxes. She's not a burden on the services of the town.
Yep.
We have a ratio of that's really high in Milton. And that really is what sustains, the town. As soon as that changes, your calculations aren't really going to be valid. As soon as those single-family people, they move into the apartments, yours is based on apartments having a really low ratio of students, But if the students end up in the single-family house because the person sold the house, family moved in, the numbers are going to change.
Yes, but
it's probably a lot like
this
what.
analysis is going to look at your MBTA districts, not at your whole town.
No, I understand that. What it does, though, you create these units that you're talking about that have a low ratio. You know, person leaves the single-family home, sells it, moves into that. So that's consistent with your ratio, right?
Right.
Because that's going to keep your ratio consistent. What's going to change, though, is the single-family residence that went from a retired person or a retired couple or a widowed person to a family with kids.
Yeah, I think you'd have to take a look at, what would you say the average tax bill of a house in?
12 grand.
12 grand. So you'd have to look at.
Too high.
Yeah, so you'd have to look at, do they have one, if they got one kid, you're probably fine. You're probably making a little bit of money on that house. If they've got more, yeah.
So can you, as part of your analysis, because I think if you're just looking at the MBTA, that is not an accurate representation of the whole town. So is this going to affect the whole town? You just said it was
No, my
only
scope of work is to look at the MBTA.
MBTA.
I think the other important thing to remember is that the dynamic you're describing is happening today, irrespective of whatever zoning we may or may not pass. I mean, that is, and I've talked to the superintendent about this, the previous superintendent. I've talked to other planners. I've talked to other municipal officials in other towns. That's what is driving school enrollment is, you know, at this point in sort of the ebb and flow of Milton's population, we're starting to lose some of those, you know, elderly folks who are living in these larger houses, and families are buying those houses. And, you know, our school enrollment is going up, but our housing production hasn't budged, you know, barely any, you know, over the past however many decades. And so whether we rezone for MBTA communities or not, the dynamic that is driving school enrollment today is happening and will continue to happen.
The difference is those people are moving to other communities now because they don't have an option in Milton.
To stay, right?
And I hear that from people a lot. And so the question is, you know, again, is to have a place that give them an option to stay in Milton. Plus, it gives you the additional tax revenue.
All right, this was this is a starting point. So we do want to work on our districts so we can give you some more detailed information on that. But thank you.
Are you going to share this with us, right? Your analysis, this presentation?
This presentation, yeah, I'll send it.
That would be great.
Yeah,
And then the
I'll do that right
backup
before I leave.
that you talked about as well.
Yeah, I'll bring the
More.
details,
The details would be
next
great.
time we can talk
Great.
about those.
Thanks so much.
Will we, Eric, will we see the details, or will we just see these slides? That you're going to send us these slides, so we have these.
Yep, I'll send this slide to Tim so he can distribute. if I
Sure,
have
of
your
course, yeah, right,
contact or
yeah.
anything.
And send the details before the next meeting.
Sure.
Yeah.
That would be great just to
Okay.
have us spend a little time with it. That's great. Terrific. Thank you. And
Thank you, Eric.
we'll figure out a date. Good. All right, so we can now get an update from Util on the compliance modeling and district boundaries. Sorry,
Thank you for
Zoe,
your patience,
it's been
Zoe and Matt.
late.
Good. All right. So we'll jump right in. We have, we'll go through kind of a quick refresher on what we heard from you last time, just so that we're all sort of on the same page, and then we'll run through what we have that's new. Let me get this slideshow. Okay. So first, what we heard from you last time. So this was kind of our charge coming out of the last meeting, which was to establish 2 viable paths to compliance. One that used the transit area triplex, and the other that used the tiered transit area. As a refresher, that's the slightly larger geographic area, and a tiered rule that has a 3-unit, 7,500 square foot lot and a 4-unit, 10,000 square foot lot scheme sort of embedded within it. So that's what we were working towards. And then along with that, there were a couple of adjustments to heights and sort of like subdividing districts that previously were considered all together so that they could have unique rule sets. And then lastly, revisiting Granite Ave to show sort of an updated build out scenario that was more consistent with the numbers that we were showing throughout the presentation and gave you a clearer picture of how a site plan could be worked out with sort of minimum lot coverage in mind. Okay, and then we did want to just give you a quick sort of orientation to two elements that you'll see here that have changed since last time, or that are kind of new since last time, that are really a byproduct of us getting into the weeds and really preparing you to kind of move into the stage where you're getting state review. So these are kind of the next level of precision or detail. The first is something called the density denominator. So this really is, for the most part, recognizing that some land is not realistically developable. And so that's things like, for instance, wetlands are excluded in this way. And so they use that on the back end to calculate the density. So in other words, if you're calculating unit density, the thing that you are dividing by is the land area that's less the wetlands. So like without wetlands and other sort of undevelopable land. So in effect, it gives you a small increment increase in your density by virtue of excluding land that is not developable. This has a very negligible impact for Milton, and so we haven't been focusing on it thus far, but now that we're getting into sort of that final level of detail, we really wanted to sort of fold that in so you could see the impact. And like I said before, it is negligible, but there's a small impact, so you'll see that. And then the second piece is that you might remember, thus far we've been saying that, we're going on our best interpretation of the mandatory mixed use guidance. We did have the opportunity to attend an EOHLC office hour. This is something that they provided to, essentially address the level of sort of uncertainty or confusion about some of the details of the calculation for this new guidance. And we got great clarity from them at that session. And there was an adjustment that we needed to make. And that adjustment mostly affects density. So some of the, when we calculate density now, there are a couple places where you'll see that we needed to make some tweaks in order to get to that density number. And I'll walk you through them in context. I think it'll be easier to understand in that setting. But the simplest way to understand the mandatory mixed use is that your 3A districts, so the districts that are not the mandatory mixed use districts, they need to comply with your targets for 3A across the board on their own, except for the unit capacity, where they can meet just 75% of your compliance target, and the remaining percent can be met by your mandatory mixed use. So the 3A on their own need to be fully compliant except for that unit capacity target. Okay. So zooming out to the sort of town-wide lens, our districts are very kind of focused in the northern part, close to the station area. I'll walk you through this in greater detail zoomed in, but we just want to kind of emphasize the sort of, this is quite a small land area within the town, and is really kind of aligned with the transit area and the sort of amenity services to the discussion earlier on tonight. So you'll see here, our districts have sort of been split out a little bit. So you'll see that the Milton station, there is a east and west, and I'll explain shortly. There's also, we've carved out this section here as its own rule set that helps you with the density numbers relative to mandatory mixed use. We've also split out Granite Ave according to the guidance we got last time to allow for different heights. And I think that's the only other adjustment we made here is to carry the Blue Hills Parkway corridor up to the Mattapan station to give that continuity of rules along Blue Hills Parkway. Previously, the transit area sub-district had sort of come out to the parkway here, which was sort of a byproduct of earlier iterations and didn't have as strong of a planning logic when it's used in relationship to the Blue Hills Parkway corridor. Okay. So just to give you more granular, 6 stories versus 4 stories was the guidance we got from you last time. And then 6 stories on the east side of Milton Station, 4.5 stories on the west. And we've also included 4.5 stories for what we're calling the bridge between those two that we think can be residential only. And that really helps you get over the hump in terms of your density numbers. Mattapan Station, you had asked us to remove these smaller parcels from the Mattapan Station. Our recommendation is not to do that because we think it puts you at risk of spot zoning because it is a single parcel and you'd be sort of, it's embedded in context with all of these other parcels, and it wouldn't really, it would put you in a slightly more vulnerable position going into the state review. This just shows that sort of swap, adding these parcels to the Blue Hills Parkway corridor rule set so that they're consistent along the corridor. And that's it for the kind of modifications there. Just to zoom into the transit area, because we are looking at two alternatives. These are the parcels that were removed from the transit area. This is that smaller transit area triplex version. So that's the 3-unit, 7,500 square foot minimum lot size. The second one is the tiered transit area. So that's the sort of dual rule set, 7,500 square foot minimum lot size with 3 units, and then 4 units on 10,000 square foot or above. So with that, I will hand it over to Matthew to walk through the Granite Ave tests.
Yeah, we were asked, you guys have seen some previous sort of testing of these sites to really understand how much green space there would be, how much space parking would take over, so that we could get a better visual of what these fairly abstract density and height numbers look like. So we've, this scheme is showing a 6-story all residential scenario, 1 parking space per unit at grade, none of it tucked into the building. And what we're seeing here at about a 50% building and parking coverage of about 50%, and a density of around 41 units an acre, we're getting to about 144 units. So this is a good metric, we think, to sort of start from and get a feel for what those numbers might look like relative to 6 stories. And that's mostly reflected in the footprint of the parking. Obviously, the footprint of the building can be 4, 5, or 6 without much difference. It's really the impact that the required parking has on the ground floor.
Excuse me, Matthew, would it be possible to check your speaker? I'm having a hard time hearing you. It's a little soft.
Yes, hold on 1 second.
Thank you. Or your microphone, I should say.
Okay, how's my audio now?
Oh, much better.
Much better.
Thank you.
Okay. I just can't hear you as well, but that's okay. So that's the North Granite Avenue North test fit, and then we looked at similar parameters for the south. In this case, we looked at a 4-story scenario. Again, that height is really what impacts the footprint of the parking. And what you're seeing here, which is considerably less dense, has more sort of green area, if you will, than some of our previous studies, represents something around 40 units an acre in terms of density and about 60% building parking and coverage. So it's sort of consistent with the ratio of the height changing. And you'll see that these are sort of give us a good feel for the parameters, and you'll see how they play out in the model and how we sort of have tweaked them in the model a little bit to get to where we think we need to be in terms of numbers.
Right, so I'm gonna go ahead and keep cruising here, and then we can skip back to anything that we wanna kind of discuss at greater length, because I think it'll be helpful to have the context of the overall sort of numbers that we land at. So I won't sort of belabor the points here, but they're here for you if you need them to refer to later. Long story short, the transit area triplex scenario is able to hit on a lot more of the other priorities that you have shared with us thus far, whereas the tiered transit area, because it drags down your density, it triggers a lot of difficult decisions about the other districts. So I'll walk you through that, but that's kind of the overview. So this is the scheme that uses the transit area triplex. There are 2 sub-districts that are mandatory mixed use. That's the Milton Station East and Milton Station West. And then this Milton Station Bridge, which is that new kind of breakout district that I talked about earlier, operates as a typical 3A district and helps you to get to the density numbers because of that. We thought that was potentially a good compromise because it helps you with the density while also sort of carving out a parcel that probably wasn't as optimal for retail to begin with.
So, excuse me one sec. The transit area triplex, what's the minimum lot size for what you're showing now?
7,503 units.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then the numbers here. So you'll see that we started with the transit area triplex rule set and holding things constant that we knew were a priority, from prior conversations, keeping East Milton Square at the sort of parameters we've been discussing, keeping the 7,500 square foot minimum lot size and the 2.5 height limits. We went ahead and made the height limit adjustments that we discussed last time using sort of a gradation between 6 stories and 4.5 stories for different settings. And then we looked at for Granite Ave South and Granite Ave North, we were still lagging behind on as you can see here, we're right at 15.2. So in order to get to that 15.2 density, we really needed the help of a little bit of added density in a couple of districts. And so we thought that this might be the best place to do that. So this is getting you to compliance pretty close on both the unit capacity, so not riding too much above the minimum compliance target, and then in terms of density, just shaving above 15. So this is the district the version that we thought was hitting on the most priorities of what you've shared so far. And embedded in it are kind of the assumptions from our most recent Granite Ave test fit, so that 60% building and parking coverage is included in there. The change that Matthew was alluding to is that we are showing 45 units per acre here as the maximum, whereas the test fits we did were closer to 40. So it's a slight tweak there, but the urban design parameters, the setbacks, the coverage metrics are the same. So they would kind of help hold people to a site plan that is closer to what we were showing in those other test fits.
Quick question, Zoe?
Yeah.
Do you have the net gain of units per sub-district?
We can calculate that. We did it at an earlier, I think it was maybe 2 meetings ago. So we can bring that back. Most of that is unchanged, as in the existing units. We could quickly recalculate to compare. The ones where you see the greatest gain are the ones that currently don't have residential uses or have a very low residential use. So East Milton Square and Granite Ave North and South are the ones where we're seeing the biggest sort of delta in units.
Is it a big deal to do that from now on? Because that's important to me.
Yes.
But going forward from now on, can we include the net gain of the transit area?
We can. It just takes time to run for each unique scenario. So if we can get to more focused scenarios, it'll help us give you more information about each scenario. Okay. But yes, absolutely, I heard. Okay.
Great.
Any other questions on this scenario? Okay. We can circle back to it, obviously, in discussion. And then this is just the detailed setbacks that are embedded in that compliance model that we just showed you, including the coverage, the height in stories and the height in feet that we're assuming, parking spaces and units per acre, units per lot, and minimum lot size assumptions. Okay, The second scenario makes use of this slightly larger transit area that has the tiering, so a 10,000 square foot minimum lot size with 4 units, 7,500 square foot minimum lot size with 3 units. And other than that, the boundaries of all the other districts are held constant. But you'll notice here that these two sub-districts, in order to get the density numbers to work, it was no longer feasible to have these two as mandatory mixed use, which I know is a big shift and something that obviously would need discussion based on its sort of departure from our conversations last time. And I'll walk you through why that became necessary. So what the tiered transit area does is it has a slightly higher density than the transit area triplex, but it also has double the area. So its impact on your overall compliance is it has a greater negative impact because it is dragging the density down based on a larger area. So it's having an outsized impact on your density, and it's far below the 15 units per acre minimum. So what that means is all the other sub-districts have to compensate. And so we started doing that, in holding the urban design parameters constant to the extent that we could, so that 2.5 height, the 4.5 heights, and 6 heights. But because the mandatory mixed use units do not count towards your density compliance target, they were actually hurting you in this scenario because they weren't helping you get to that 15 units per acre. And that was the biggest gap that we were seeing in this scenario. So we kind of across the board tried to inch up the density to compensate for that tiered transit area. And you'll see that kind of had ripple effects throughout. So we see a slight increase in density for East Milton Square from 30 units per acre to 35. For the Milton Station ones, we go from a 40 unit per acre to 45. Same for Mattapan Station. And then for Granite Ave, we have to do that last push to get up over from 45 to 50 units per acre. So it has this sort of ripple effect, both in terms of mixed use and in terms of density needs for the other sub-districts. And you can see that we're, similarly here, we're just scraping by over that 15 units per acre. But because of the sort of, counterbalancing effect of this scenario, it requires many more units to get to that 15. And so you'll see here, in terms of unit capacity, we're also much higher than we were on the other scenario. So this one, we're at 3,200 and change in comparison to the 2,461 you're required to meet. And then if we quickly jump back, this one's at 2,617. So that's a pretty big difference between the two of them in terms of the unit capacity. I know that sort of has a clear tie-in with the fiscal impact conversation you've been having. So all that is to say, it's possible. It just does come at the expense of some of the other priorities that we've been hearing so far. And then similarly, this is the sort of rundown of all of those parameters. Much of them are the same. Most of the change happened in terms of the units per acre cap. And that's it. The rest of this is just schedule, just for reference in case it comes up for meetings and such. So why don't we pause there, and if you want to direct me towards anything that you want to discuss further or questions that you have, we can jump into those kind of discussions.
So your recommendation then is not this last one, but the one before. Can you go back to that? I believe it's 1N. Is that your
mandatory mixed use? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is based on our conversations so far, this is the one that I think is closest to what you've been asking for, recognizing that there are constraints, obviously, that are not what the ideal that you'd like. But I think this is the closest that we've come so far.
And can you go to the map for that one?
Yep.
I think this
So is the Milton Station West mixed use in this scenario?
Yes. So both of the ones that have this sort of black hatch are mandatory mixed use. They just have different height rules. So the one on the east has that 6-story allowance, and the one on the west has a 4.5-story allowance to be more in keeping with the character of the buildings in that setting.
And then do you know how many parcels are eligible within the triplex and Blue Hills Parkway zones?
That is a big part of what's driving the density. I think in a couple meetings, this one hasn't changed very much, the geography of this transit area triplex. And I think when we were running it before, I want to say it was close to maybe 70%. Maybe Matthew, if you could pull up, I think it was in the 714 slide deck, or maybe in the 7th, or sorry, not 714, the 914 or 97.
Yeah.
See if we can get those numbers for them.
So at 7,500 square feet, it's you've got. I'm going back to the 914 slideshow. 56% of the parcels are eligible. I don't have a count on that, but you can eyeball it.
Yeah, so it's about half of the parcels are knocked out because they're too small.
And we don't know how many parcels that is?
We could get that number for you, but off the top of my head, I don't know.
And Zoe, just looking at it, comparing what you've got on screen and what we were looking at on the 14th, I think the new triplex district is actually a little bit smaller.
Yeah, I think removed there was some properties over closer to Milton Station East. And then we did, I think, have a couple parcels that are now included in the Blue Hills Parkway corridor, which carries the same minimum lot size, so it doesn't really have a huge impact.
So I don't have a count. I don't know what that affects, but looking at the difference, it is a lot of otherwise eligible parcels that are no longer in the district. So however that changes that number, we'll have to kind of figure that out.
It just seems a little funny to me. If I look at Maple Street, you have like little carve outs. And if you sort of think about character of street, like if you look at that, zoom in a little bit, like there's a little tooth there that's in the district and then not. It just seems from a planning point of view, that seems like an odd boundary to me.
Yeah, so I can give you the logic behind it, but I share I think it's a valid observation. So what we were going off of is frontage. So these two parcels that come down to Maple Street here, they front on Elliott Street. They just are the exception to the rule. They go all the way through to Maple. So what we were doing here is the parcels, we used a 1,000 foot buffer around the station areas. And then, filled in to connect those to one another. And then here, we are doing kind of the frontage on Maple Street, up to that, radius here of that sort of, 1,000 feet from the station area. So it's sort of thinking about the parcels that are facing one another and the sort of character there. And then the parcel size drops down dramatically here. So these would be excluded regardless just by lot size. But we can include them if that's sort of from a character and design perspective, if that's a priority, it will just bring the density numbers down a little bit.
Just from logic, it seems like if you use this one side of the street as a boundary, it just seems to make more sense to me. And similarly, I think over, can't read the name, but you can probably
here, I can zoom in here. 1 second. It'll be a little fuzzy, but at least we'll get closer.
That sort of area there where, some of Cantwell, but not some of...
Yeah, Avalon, Valley, Cantwell.
It seems like those boundaries need a little bit more fine tuning to make planning sense.
Well, they are, again, they're based on a radius distance. And once you apply a radius to a cross grain, it's going to be toothy. And so, you know, if we begin to take those areas down to the nearest street or boundary, it's going to start to fill out probably more than we need.
So I'm just thinking if you remove the ones on Cantwell that face Cantwell and not Elliott, and you pick up the ones on Maple, it just seems more logical to me.
I just think you have this issue though everywhere. I mean, look all the way over on Briarfield or Hawthorne.
But those all face Elliott?
I know, but you have homes next to each other, some that are in and some that are outside. Where do you do it? I understand your point over on Maple. Just unusual that we have a front to back lot condition on Elliott Street that goes all the way back to Maple, but you know, I mean, there's so many points where on so many of these streets where it stops and the next property is not part of it. I'm not sure how you could do it, how you could find that clean line. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
I think that side, I mean, we're not going to have that issue, of course, where we get up against the trolley line, right? We can go right to the trolley line, but on the other side, the boundary's going to be ragged.
Yeah, unless you pick a street. Well, and a side of a street, and that's it. Okay, so can you go back to the numbers again?
Yeah.
To your point, I think one of the challenges we're going to have is some residents are going to be dissatisfied that they're not in it, right? And some, you know, you're going to struggle there. We're going to struggle there.
I mean, it's easier for me to say this side of the street is that zone, this side of the street's that. But if you say, okay, those few are in, those few are out, I mean, how do you even know? You're going to have to go out there with a map and figure out your address. It just seems like less logical to me.
I agree with you. Well, if Zoe and Matthew can figure it out, you know, we should look at it.
But as far as hitting the numbers as close as you can here, I think this is the best we've seen.
Yeah.
So one thing, so I don't necessarily disagree with anything that's saying. What I guess I would counter with is which is the board ready to defend more? That we used a objective, you know, scrupulously fair standard of X distance from the trolley station, or we used the one that looked neater on the map.
Yeah, but we
and I don't mean that in a dismissive way. I think there is kind of virtue in that in terms of a logic perspective, but also, you know, how do you then justify saying, well, we use this standard for most of these, and then you got added because we wanted it to be
back
even.
to the map, though, Tim, I don't think we've excluded a whole section of this area. That's none of Morton is within 1,000 feet. None of that side of Elliott between Central and High is in 1,000 feet. So I don't think we're consistent about how we've applied it.
Morton is all part of the national. It's a national.
So you can. So we're not doing 1,000 feet from the transit line. We're doing it from the stop. So that's why you see the gap here and along Maple is because it's a radius around this stop and then around this stop, and then we've just connected it along Elliott because this needs to be a continuous district in order to get to us to this.
But you didn't do it towards the right side of Central.
Right side of Central.
I'm just saying, if you go to the Central Station and you look at Morton, I'm just saying if we're going.
Yeah, this was excluded because of the historic properties. Otherwise, it would have been included.
And that's a National Register district, or these are listed properties?
It's all part of a district. Yeah.
Where's the district boundary?
I think it runs from Adams Street. I have all the properties that have been surveyed, but it's a general, and I think it runs between Central and Brook Road and Adams.
All right, well, it'd be good to share the district boundary or the district information with the rest of us so we can see where those lines are, because I think we have to be clear if we're using a criteria that we all understand.
I think it's Central, Adams, and Brook Road.
I do agree with Tim's point. I mean, I think in the end, it'd be better that we had an objective guideline rather than subjective, and getting to something that looked clean on a map.
It's
is-
not just about clean on a map to me. It's about you're walking down the street
I understand.
and you say, this house is zoned one way and this parcel is zoned one way and this one's zoned another way for no clear planning objective. Urban design, design of what the street looks like. It's not about the street, it's about a figure on a map. So it's 1,000 feet's just a figure on a map too. So it's not most of this fits, there's a few pieces of this that I think are questionable in my mind, but I think it's close enough, and I don't think it's worth, spending another session trying to do another refinement of the map myself. I think this, to me, gets a lot of the things that we've asked for and trying to move this forward and not backwards. I think this makes sense. But it's just something I picked up on. I just wanted to make a note of it. I get that we have to have some objective criteria.
So Zoe, I think your question for us is, which of the two options would we want to defend, or would we want to opt? And I think, without making final fine tuning, this would be the preferable, if I'm hearing the rest of the members.
Well, if we're happy with 533 units on Granite Street.
Yeah, I'm not happy.
We haven't gone to,
Way too
no,
much.
I'm just talking about the difference between the tiered triplex and this one. I'm not talking about the other ones yet. Just,
Yeah, I would say
these
this
are the
one, but there might be a chance we go down to 6,000 square foot lots. I mean, depending on what we look at in the other transit areas.
So I guess my question is, I'm not supporting this, any of it, but if you support it, what does that mean? Like, if I say, oh yeah, this one is better than that one.
Right, does that mean that we
What
go
is-
to this? Yeah.
What does that mean?
If we're trying to meet compliance with guidelines, this meets the compliance. This is a model. This is one of our best options of getting to that. So there's other, and what we have done, which I think is good, is we've separated the heights between the two granite and the DOT parcel, which that we brought down to. I thought it said 4 stories on one, and it says 4.5 stories on the Granite Avenue.
Yeah, sorry, I should have highlighted that. That was an adjustment. So let me go back. So when we modeled this, we tested this with the 4 stories. So that was the suggestion that we got at the last planning board meeting. So that's what we went ahead and tested. And then when we took that, we took all of the parameters that came out of this. So these model parameters here, that's what we inputted in. And then we looked at it in relationship to all of the other sub-districts and the numbers we were getting. And of the options, we basically, once we inputted that in with the 40 units per acre and 4 stories, we weren't hitting that density target. So we looked at all of the options for where to get a little bit of density credit, and we thought that adding a half story at Granite Ave South and allowing the density to go up a little bit was sort of the best among the options. Obviously, there's other ways to get there, but we thought that those things would have more outsized kind of urban design impacts relative to what you had discussed earlier.
So, and I think a lot of this goes back to how we design, the design standards that we put on this, as far as roof lines, the way that we guide sort of the visual of how this would look. But it's one of our best options, I believe, without minimalizing the zoning over single family, and neighborhoods.
I think if we're trying to move towards compliant zoning, if we're concerned at all about the December deadline, which I think we should be, we have to settle on a map. I think this is the best map that we've seen. I think what we need to do is now see what we can do with the design standards, with the rest of the zoning with the design guidelines, which will actually help drive the character. And this is only on paper what is allowed, but what they actually can build is going to be dependent upon these other factors. And in fact, the Granite Ave has wetlands there, and they're still subject to wetlands regulations and Concom on that, so it may not be that they're going to hit the number that they're allowed by the zoning. And this is something that we're thinking about, right, for the memory care. The zoning is allowing one thing, but the site has other characteristics that may not allow them to hit the zoning.
So if an article was based on this, would this require 50% majority vote or 2/3?
That depends if the portion, the southern portion of the Granite Ave district is determined to be an eligible area.
Which the select board asked the
Correct.
HLC to give an advisory opinion about, which they have. I asked Tim, they haven't received an answer yet. But
Well, you know where I stand. I don't support any zoning that zones for 2,500 units. I haven't written my article yet, but I'll have an article that, and I think the board should have an article that complies with the law, and I think we have to do an article that creates the least amount of harm. I believe in baby steps. I believe that we should write an article that we are comfortable living with if for some reason this law is challenged and overturned. We're going to be stuck with zoning, and we should be stuck with zoning that we're happy with regardless of 3A. That we should have zoning, I mean, we're planners, and we should be planning for something that we are comfortable with. And I'm not comfortable with 2,500 units. So I am not going to support anything that is going to create zoning for 2,500 units.
Well, to have zoning that doesn't comply with the compliance model, to me, is, I would question the value of it, because if the goal is to comply with the law, I think, Maggie, you've asked, for the opinion, then we got it.
So it wasn't a legal opinion, it was advice. It was not if you looked at the memo at the top, it said advice. It was not a legal opinion.
There's a lot of legal cases cited in it, and so, I think what I've been told previously is that we, as a board, rely on town council because they represent the entire town, and therefore they represent an opinion. They've provided their advice, and their advice is that they don't believe that a challenge to the guidelines would hold up. So in my view, we need to take their advice, and their advice is we need to comply with the guidelines. So to me, this model has been so fine-tuned that it's as tight to the requirements and the design guidelines as it can be to pass. And it's the land area is so targeted. And with that, I think we've asked for so many iterations to kind of understand how this could work to the best of our ability. I looked at a lot of sites in that Elliott Street corridor to understand what 5,000 square feet look like and 7,500 square feet look like. And while the zoning is 7,500 square feet in that neighborhood, most of the lots are smaller than that. And so I think we've done a ton of work to get to the point where we have something that will meet the law. Whether everybody likes the law or not, we all swore an oath to uphold the laws of the Commonwealth. And so I feel like we have to go with the best plan, and today, the best plan to be compliant. And today, this is the best plan. And I'd like to see us work on the zoning because we have to have time to work on the zoning.
And I feel like if we do get reclassified, we can change this, but I think we need to have something that is better than what the select board has in front of them. And this week, earlier, they voted for the tiered triplex, and they didn't know what was in it. They didn't know it was half of the Columbine neighborhood they were zoning over.
Well, they knew it was not going to be in compliance, and they still voted for it, which is really strange.
Well, anyway, we want something that's better. I feel like we can always pull it back if it becomes 10%. I've always thought we should have maybe something that is an adjacent community, if we were adjacent community, and have both and present both to town meeting, which I think there could be an argument for the select board. We haven't heard back that we do have 2 articles, and that town meeting actually makes the final decision. So,
I'm not going to vote for this.
Sorry.
The select board has prepared an article that, in their opinion, meets the requirement. We've talked about doing our work and preparing a planning board article. We also have an obligation to hold a public hearing on the select board article. So we're going to have to work on that article. Cheryl has talked to us about the challenge of preparing multiple articles. The select board has reached a position where they have presented an argument for why Milton should not be a rapid transit designation. And as I said earlier to Peter Mello and to Karis, I thought they did a great job writing their letter, and I believe they've submitted the letter.
I believe so. Tim, do you know? I'm assuming that letter was sent off by the select board?
Yeah. So, I have an opinion that we should write an article that aligns with the position that the select board currently has. They're in pursuit of a 10% threshold in relief from the rapid transit designation. And along with the point of view that you had just mentioned, give town meeting 2 choices. We have a requested response date of October 6th. We may not get an answer that's the select board's requested response. Was it still October 6th, Tim? Was that the date they asked for a response by?
I'd have to go back and double check that.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, I saw that in the draft that Tim had sent to us. But let's give town meeting a choice. Let's give town meeting a 10% model. We may end up getting there. That's probably got a better shot of passing town meeting because it's not this overwhelming 2,461 units. I think we got a better shot at passing the 10% than we do of passing 25% at town meeting. And at least we will give town meeting 2 choices. If town meeting prefers to pass 25%, so be it. They pass it. If they pass 10, my opinion is, yes, we may still have a legal issue where we may have to pursue reclassification, but the select board has an opinion. They feel like we should pursue it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have written the letter that they did. So I think a planning board article that has a 10% target aligns with the select board.
And that's why I was asking about the simple majority, because I do think we should comply with the law. I've always said we should pursue compliance, and the easiest path to pursue compliance is with a 50% at town meeting. And to your point, I think we should be able to get something. I think the state wants us to do something, make a good faith effort. So I don't know what your 10% numbers are, but could be
980 or 1,000?
Could be, no, probably even, no, 10% of 2,500.
No, it's 10% of the total units. Much out 2,500 is
total housing
10% of our total.
Yeah,
It's 10% of 9,800, right?
So
So it's
9,800, I'm sorry,
12,000
980,
units.
yeah,
Yeah.
1,000.
So I think, having an article that I think town meeting could pass, I just don't know the exact number. But at least something will pass. And again, if they determine we're not in compliance, we are at least moving the ball down the field, as they say. And we're putting development in the transit area within a half mile. This is all about transit-oriented development. And I think it's, as I said, it's creating the least amount of harm to the town and to the residents.
I don't understand. You can't just say, we're going to write zoning for something that's half. We have no modeling, we have no district, we have nothing. We've spent since, what, January to September, 9 months? Are we going to spend another 9 months on something which demonstrates compliance with a different classification? And somehow that's upholding our responsibility as a planning board? I think that's, in no way is upholding. If we happen to get a different classification, then I think we come back and revisit it. But it makes absolutely no sense to me to assume that we're going to get it at this point and start from scratch. And, you know, we've utilized grant funding from the state to do the analysis that we've gotten to be able to avail ourselves of the consultants who have the expertise. Are we going to get grant funding for something that shows that we're seeking a path that's non-compliant? I don't think so. So, you know, who's going to do that work to come up with an article
So
that
just a
even
minute,
shows
if we
it?
start asking UTIL to work on a 10% model, they'll just stop working for us?
The state has granted us the funds to, they're paying UTIL. We're not paying them from planning board funds.
So once again, if we ask them to work on a 980 unit model, they'll just say
All
no?
I'm saying
The
is
state will pull the plug immediately?
the grant is supplied by entities that are trying to help towns be compliant. And so I think it does put the grant at risk. I'm not saying whether UTIL, what we asked them or not to do, but what I'm suggesting is the grant money could be put, you know, whether we will get grant money to do this work again on something that's non-compliant, I question. That's the question, Jim.
Speculation, but I get it.
Yeah, I mean.
And I think the whole point goes back to the select board have decided that this article, that is an article is going to go forward, which is compliant. I want to make it the best we can make it, and we're in a race against time because it's going to town meeting, and I just want us to have the opportunity to really get into putting some guidelines in and making it the best we can, so that they pull their article and put ours on. And it made me feel better that Karis did feel like the template that we have is actually a good template to work with. But that's a starting point. I want to be able to get into the granular and add some other things that are not in there that I do think we can add and make it an even stronger and more protective of our town. So, and I think we can, if we get, you know, some reclassification, and I think we could submit another secondary article, but I think to get to this point, to get this sort of finalized, it will be much easier to do something with a smaller number of units versus the opposite.
Is it? Zoe or Matthew, could you answer that? I mean, you're Meredith.
I'm assuming we're reducing the district.
Well, I don't know that. I guess I'd ask the experts. Is it? I mean, you're saying it's easier. It's easy to do it. I'd like the experts to say if it is.
Is what easier? Exactly.
Well, Meredith is I think what you're saying is
to pull back districts. If we are reclassified as an adjacent community and only need a required a 10% versus a 25%, it seems easier to pull it back and work backwards. But maybe
how
not.
long would it take to go down to 98? To 980 units instead of the 2,400? Is it like running the model twice or 3 times, or?
We would have to sort of start from scratch. You would have to create a new map. I think one of the tough decisions you might have with a smaller district is where does it go? This is an issue that other communities have faced. Like if we make the district as small as we can, then who bears that? So obviously we have the maps to work with. We're iterating very quickly, but just hypothetically, it would be sort of creating a new model.
I get that.
So I would think that if we get some opinion back that we would get a reclassification, that we would make a recommendation to send the article back to the planning board for further study, which would put us out of compliance in December, but we could get it done as quickly as possible and get perhaps another special town
If
meeting.
you were reclassified, part of that includes a change in the
Timeframe.
compliance
Timeline. Yeah.
schedule, so.
So we would just pull it, I would
Yeah.
say we would make a
Super likely.
recommendation.
But if that were to happen, you could just sort of punt this to
We
the
have more
next
time.
Town
So
meeting without.
I just need to cut in here and just, I would be remiss if I didn't give you my professional opinion that based on what we know, the likelihood of there being any reclassification of Milton as not a rapid transit community is so vanishingly small as to, I don't want to say impossible, but I have no confidence that it would ever possibly happen. We have a letter from the MBTA explaining how they classify different lines as rapid transit. And there's no way that the Mattapan trolley line doesn't correspond with that. And so what you're hanging your hat on is that now HLC would make an independent decision to undercut the transit agency on their own definition of rapid transit, which they've also explained to us that they don't intend to do. So again, like we're talking about the possibility of reclassification, but we have a lot of evidence directly from two different state agencies that the likelihood of that happening is very, very small.
It may be, but our select board is making an attempt at it.
They're also moving forward with zoning that's compliant with what they understand the requirement to be today, which is what I've suggested, and I think what Meredith has suggested that we do too.
And the thing about the select board letter is it identified what the select board saw as an inconsistency in the guidelines regarding the definition of rapid transit and subway. And I guess you have to imagine what is more likely, that HLC will say, "Ooh, you got us," on a kind of semantical trick, or they'll just simply change the guidelines to say that the Mattapan trolley is rapid transit, which they've already changed the guidelines twice, and it would be very easy for them to do that. So again, the select board letter, raises a certain question and sort of broaches an issue with HLC. But again, you have to think about, they have the flexibility and the authority to alter their guidelines, which they've done in the past. And it would be a very easy fix to sort of put this issue to bed forever, just to change them to say the Mattapan trolley is rapid transit.
Okay. All right. So of the districts that we're looking at that comply, and I know you don't agree, but of the districts that comply, are these the best districts that we think we could come up with to provide to the select boards for, or for our own article?
I honestly thought we were going to go through district by district and look at Granite Ave and say, okay, are we comfortable with 530 units there? No. Or maybe we're happy with 400 units there. And back into each transit area, and then with whatever amount of units we have left, we were going to try to apply that to the Elliott Street corridor, and then use the Brush Hill Road corridor as backup. But once again, we're trying to just stuff numbers into a map, and we're calling 7,500 good, but then we're complaining about how it doesn't look good on the map and it's weird. I don't know, maybe
I
6,000
think this
square
is,
feet.
I mean, I think because I was really pushing for, looking at Brush Hill Road too and thinking that there's multifamily, housing there, but it throws off everything else. And it's sort of like you're putting a balloon, and when you push the balloon one way, it blows up in another way. So
With the design parameters that Zoe used originally, I mean, I never saw it she was using townhouse style with a lot of open space, I think. But
no, it was like 600, I think it was the minimum of 600 units over there that was.
Anyway, well, whatever. So that's the way I thought we were going to handle it. But yeah, if we're not going to do anything else, then obviously this will be fine, I guess.
We can't do something that's fine. Like, how
I know.
can we do something
But what
that's
happens
fine?
is, next select board meeting, Tim goes to the select board and says, "This is the planning board's latest and greatest."
I know,
and
but
boom,
that's,
they vote on it
that's
again.
not what we
It's just going to get pushed
we
forward.
don't do something because you get beat down.
All right, well.
Who makes decisions on that?
Zoe, can you go to the slide which showed the
Yeah,
Granite
you're
Ave?
right, but I mean, I can see the writing on the wall, how this works.
Actually, can you go to the Granite Ave north? I mean, the aerial which shows the existing, and you see that? Can you zoom in on that footprint for the north at 6 stories there, where it says north 6 stories? I just want to point out, Jim, you see that footprint? That's the existing condition of
What is
that
this now?
to Granite Ave. So the office building surrounded by the parking lot.
Yeah.
So this is what's on the ground. This is what I've been talking about. Let's look at what's on the ground, right? So when you were talking about backing in. So
Mhm.
now, Zoe, if you could go, so that's a 6-story building, that footprint. Now if you go to your analysis, this is a similar footprint, not the exact shape, and maybe, I don't know exactly how it compares square footage wise, but there's a lot more green space here, and there's less parking. So, and it's 6 stories. So in my mind, this is a better scenario than what we have today in terms of, at least we're getting green space here. And if I were going to evaluate, what you said to back in, 6 stories here, with this at 50% or so, and they've added a little bit to this, so they might end up getting up to that 60% coverage. But you're still going to get some good green space here, less
I'm not arguing
impervious
that.
area.
I get that.
So
I agree
I'm
with
just showing that this
144 there.
example, you said, let's look at the districts in
But
detail.
look at the other Granite Ave. So now the American Legion Hall and the DPW yard, that is also 6. In this
These
model,
are-
it's 6 stories.
No. They're 4.
The 4, pretty sure she didn't bump them up to 6?
4.5.
Yeah, these are
We bumped them up to 4.5, not 6.
Oh, all right. So, and that I thought. So, where was the number that I saw that was 530 units?
That's
there?
when they were testing that other zone.
No, I think it's Granite Ave. Both of these, Granite Ave is
This-
530. It's 530.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, some
the
140
unit-
of it, or 144 is down at 2. The rest of it's up at the DPW yard and Heritage Hall.
Yeah, I guess I count those as one parcel. So now we look at this and say, okay, are we happy with 530 units then? What does that look like? That looks like 4.5 story buildings, I guess?
Oh, I apologize. It is 530.
So if you
Yeah,
came back to here and you said this was at 60% coverage,
Correct.
And this is outside the half mile, right?
Yes, it
But
is.
even whether it is or not, I mean, if we can agree on 530 here, I remember we talked about it 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was, when we looked at it on paper, it was ludicrous.
before it was
But-
700 and some units here, now, so
Okay,
it's like,
so this is what I'm saying. This is good. So if we're happy with 530, let's stick to that and let's
Yeah,
move
I'm
on
not- What was
to
the
other
Cortland
districts and figure out
Circle?
what we want.
The Cortland Circle
Well, we're gonna
resident
have to put it to
wasn't
Elliott
happy
Street.
with that.
Because that's
No.
the real kicker.
I don't
I
remember
think
the
we're
resident's
there,
name.
Jim, with this. Because we went from,
Okay.
we went from,
I think 530 is an awful lot right there. But if we think that, if it's 1 against 4, not 1 against, if you guys all think
It's
that.
better than what it was before. Yeah.
Jim, I don't like it. I don't like it.
I'm not like
Thank
it.
you. Because I could
You
have
know, 530 units is probably, especially there, that's not a transit community at all. That's probably, call it a car and a half per unit. 700 cars are pouring onto Granite Ave.
I was thinking
or
about that. You got
something like
Amazon
that.
trucks going
Instead
in,
of
you got
parking
cleaning
maximum,
ladies.
I'm sorry?
You could set a parking maximum instead of the minimum. as you start discussing these zoning
And-
parameters.
Yeah, but with 530 units, how many Amazon trucks go in there? How many cleaning ladies go in there? I mean, there's just so much traffic going in and out of there. You're going to need all sorts of parking for visitors and maintenance people and everything else. So, I mean, to say you can limit the parking, I think is just unrealistic.
Yeah, and if you do, I mean, if you set a parking maximum, you limit the viability of the development too, right? I mean, at a certain point, if a developer can't live with a limit,
Well,
It won't work.
if they want more parking and
They're not
their maximum and their coverage is fixed, then they're going to build less units because they can't fit. They have to leave at least 40% as open space. So what you start to see is your parameters are going to shift, and somebody may come in there and say, I want all 1 beds. And they can fit more units in. Somebody else might come in there and say, I want 2s and 3s, and they're going to fit less units in there. And so, it's really up, that number, what you say, that's a number on paper, but it may not make any sense, in terms of once you really, look at what that development's going to be.
Yeah, I'm not
where your
ready-
weapons
Rationale,
are.
we should do a 9-story there and make it 2,000 units and put it to bed.
I'm
you know?
not
I mean,
ready, I'm not
come on.
comfortable making that risk or taking that risk.
Zoning is a risk, man.
It is,
you
and
can't
that's-
guarantee what a developer is going to come in and
Correct.
present.
And that's exactly right. So we need to minimize our risk, and we need to be comfortable in zoning. So I know, to Jim's point, I am comfortable zoning extra space storage. Are we all comfortable? Maybe we just need to go down and say, are we comfortable with the parcels?
We don't know if that's going to comply, though. So the reality is we have a map that we've looked at for each meeting refinements to. And my feeling is if we just start assigning parcels, we don't know if it's going to be compliant or not. There may not be contiguous, there might not be enough acreage, all of these things that we know are in this compliance model. And I get that you don't like the compliance model, and maybe no one likes the compliance model, but it's the tool that's going to guide whether this is accepted or not, and so whether we are a compliant town or not.
If we start by parcel with what we agree on, we can
Well,
get
we
there
have-
pretty
I
quick.
think we go through
using this, using the maps that we have, using the data that we have. We could do it pretty quick. We could probably do it in one meeting if we were undisturbed.
The problem
Just
is
the
if
5 of us
if
in
you
a room.
take something out of this, then it's not compliant. And you have to go back and add something else back in. So we're going around in circles continuously
Maybe not, though,
on
'cause
that.
maybe you make Elliott Street just a little bit bigger, or maybe you go down to 6,000 square foot lots, or maybe you add in Brush Hill Road somehow. I
But
don't know.
we've got I think all of those variations.
Then it'll be quick to do it, right?
And we also, and I don't want to go down this road, but we also can decide not to be compliant for this year.
But
You know.
if we do that, the select board are going to go ahead and be compliant.
Just gonna punch this thing.
And that's what we don't have a choice. Something's going to be put forth at town meeting. And whether it's us putting our best article, and we are here to write zoning and to do the zoning and to make it the best possible. But the select board has made a decision, and that will go to town meeting. So I don't think we can just say that we can, I'll speak for myself, cannot try to put something good forth, a well-written zoning article, but until we get this nailed down, can't do that.
So what
So
you're
it's
saying
quarter
is
to
settle on
12.
this and then start doing design?
Ultimately, it's going to be town meeting who makes this decision. And we will have a public hearing on the select board's articles, but it's up to town meeting if they're going to vote or not. But I just would like something that the select board would pull their article back and replace with ours.
I don't know, I just don't think we should settle. I think maybe, I just don't think we should settle.
So, we can think of this as a point in time in the process. If we say, okay, we want to move forward with this map, doesn't mean the map is fixed in forever. That map can still be adjusted. But if we never get past the map that's compliant, we can't take the next steps to see how we can advance this zoning even further. So we're missing out on the next pieces of this by not settling on a map. And I would suggest that once we do the zoning and analyze this a little further, we might have some information that takes us back to having some refinements to the map. Because if we just saw this boundary tonight in terms of some of these lines, some of these have been fixed for a while, but we have now a little bit more time to go in and understand, is 15 feet the setback good? Is 20 combined the right number? Is 30 right? Is 3.5, 2.5 stories right? What kind of design guideline would we put in for that area? There's a lot of housing variety in this area along Elliott Street. So how do we write design guidelines that doesn't exclude something that actually is already there? I mean, these are the things that are going to make the character outside of these numbers. And if we never get to it, then something's going to go to town meeting, right? But it won't have this next level of analysis that is important for what actually might get built. And so my feeling is, if we said to UTIL, this is a map at this point that we want you to move forward next with the next level of work with, then we are advancing it, and we could come back and revisit the map at some point, but at least we would be informed by this next round of work.
And what is the next level of work for UTIL once we land on a map?
Okay, so maybe Zoe and
Yeah,
Matthew
Zoe,
can answer
what
that.
would be our next steps?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to have
Build out
Matthew,
a
if
further
you can.
build out analysis? Would that be?
Zoe, you're muted, or we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I was just going to suggest that that Matthew actually give this a go, because I think from what you're describing, a lot of the things that you want to fine tune are more along the lines of urban design parameters, or sort of, things that have to do with that level of detail.
Yeah, is that the kind of input that you want?
Well, all right, so Tim, would UTIL be working on zoning with us? Would they be working on design guidelines with us? And looking at the design standards with us?
I'd have to go and double check exactly what the scope of work we have with them is. So I don't have a great answer for that right now.
All right, and as far as we have planning board funding, our funds available still for use, right? And Jeff, look at the hour. And we have potential grant funding available, so it's something that UTIL certainly has the qualifications to do if the scope of work were to include that, right?
We have funding.
Yes, I think there may be, there's money. So if it's not in the scope and it's something that we can negotiate, we do have funding available to do that, and we would need to. I'll just have to take a closer look at the contract that we've got.
Need some for legal.
This will be the next meeting on October 5th. We will really put this solely, on the front, for our discussion and taking this the next step further. But there are a couple of people who are here. Was anybody needing to speak from public, citizens speak, or from the public, or is everyone good? Okay.
We have at least a hand raised in the
We do
chat.
have a hand raised.
And
Okay.
he raised his.
Please, name and address.
Thank you for attending and staying at this late
No
hour.
problem. My name is Nick Brown. I live on Columbine Road. I would encourage the planning board to adopt its own zoning article. I would not abdicate your responsibility to the select board here. I think you all are much better situated to comply with the law. I would encourage you to comply with the law but I would go no farther than complying with the law. Of the options I saw tonight, I thought the one that seems like there's at least some agreement on, I also support. I would say that I would encourage you to try and reduce the impact on residential neighborhoods. I think putting more units along Granite Avenue. I know it will be very busy. But there's no guarantee that those units will ever get built. As you said, there are what a developer is going to put there. Who knows? They might decide they want more parking and they go with less units, or they might want the opposite. But I do think complying with the law is important. I think doing so in a way that is well thought out and planned is important. And if you all don't do that, the select board is going to do that, and I think you will be even more unhappy with the result if you do nothing. So.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Did you say there was a hand?
Yeah, we have Ashley Brown. You can speak.
Yes, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Brown. I also live at 50 Columbine Road. I've been listening this evening, and I think there's been a lot of thoughtful discussion and clearly a lot of time and effort put into this. I would strongly urge the planning board to move forward with the plan, because the select board has shown that they are going to, whether you do or do not. And the plan tonight, the first plan, I believe it's 1C, to me makes the most sense, and I think is strongly preferable to the fourplex, which I think really spreads the impact a lot further into neighborhoods and increases the likelihood of teardowns in some of our neighborhoods with mature trees, small roads, no sidewalks. And I think it could drastically change Milton and the way that the neighborhoods operate in a way that, we're not going to be able to go back from. So I think coming up with a smart design, as I think the consultants have, is our best path forward. I do believe we should be complying with the law. And I really think the planning board is in the best position to set forth the plans, and that the select board should be looking into the guidance to the planning board. But in order to do so, the planning board, I think, really needs to act, because the select board has shown that it will, and in a way that is not as thoughtful. So thank you all for your time. And I hope that even though it's not going to satisfy everyone, the 1C plan seems to be the most thoughtful, and I hope that we can move forward with that at town meeting.
Thank you so much. Okay, with that, we have about 2 minutes. So I just want to thank our consultants tonight. Thank you for this late hour, and I apologize. It's we've have a lot on our plate right now, but so we will pick up this discussion on October 5th. Are there any final comments before we have a motion to adjourn?
Just one question. Can what Zoe and Matthew presented to us, can we have that? Can Tim or Josh send that to us?
Just as before, on Friday mornings after they present, I put everything on our MBTA Communities webpage.
Great.
Perfect.
It's there just like all the others.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Anything else, Zoe, before we adjourn for the evening?
I don't think so. The only thing I'll note is that as of right now, we didn't get a clear direction on follow-up work that you'd like us to do between now and the 5th. So unless we hear otherwise, we'll plan to continue discussing what we shared with you today.
I think that sounds good.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Matthew.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Dylan?
Motion to adjourn?
Second. Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Josh.